Halftime show, Terry Ford, Tyler Head. We are cooking this sucker up until 3 here on the game, and I knocked them out already, Tyler. 10 seconds in, I knocked out my earbuds. All right, very nice. That might have been my record. 10 seconds in.
That's that might be a personal best.
That was pretty good by me. Feel good. That was going to be tough to top. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Very good. We got a kind of fun little game tonight.
Well, not a little game. It's a pretty big game.
You know what? This is just cool. Before this season started, and this team is picked 13th or 14th in the SEC. Now you're sitting here with the biggest game of your season at Auburn. You're tied for first place in the SEC. How cool is this?
It's a good place to be. I mean, it was very hard to get excited for games a season ago. That you have your win on the road at Kentucky, and you went to overtime with Alabama. But other than that, wasn't a whole lot to really hang your hat on. In between that, and we just kind of got to the end of the season. It's like, all right, you got Missouri. Let's not lose by 30 points or whatever it was. But this year, obviously exceeded a lot of people's expectations. Barring some monumental collapse over the next couple weeks, you're going to be in the NCAA tournament. Looking like a 5 seed as of right now with the potential to.
No 5 seed.
Just
no 5 seed.
Well, you have the potential to climb. Hey, you beat Auburn tonight. You're probably
you're a 3.
Or maybe
a 3.
Maybe even a 3 in the next projected bracketology. So you have the opportunity to continue to move up. Obviously, the SEC regular season crown still within sights, as you mentioned, tied with Alabama. So a lot of goals still in front of this team. But man, it's just good to have a relevant team to talk about for the months as football comes to a close.
That's what makes this so fun, because nobody saw this coming.
Right.
I mean, and look, you'll get. I mean, besides Gamecock Larry, who was picking this?
It's funny. I always reference that when I'm like, you know what? Nobody outside of Gamecock Larry thought that this team was going to do that, because he thinks every team's going undefeated national championships, which I think we could all aspire to be a little bit more like Gamecock Larry with his optimism, because unfortunately we're all too pessimistic at times. But,
we're bitter.
The truth lies somewhere in between, I think.
Larry isn't the glass isn't half full, dude.
The glass, no sips ever get taken out of
the glass. Is overflowing.
That's right.
At Larry's house, which we love it. It's so funny. This is just awesome. I mean, this is why you go play. This is why you're a fan. Games like this. I mean, a game where South Carolina has a legit chance to go to the Plains, which, if you listen to hardcore college basketball heads who have been to all these venues, Auburn is becoming, if not one of the toughest places to play in America at this point.
Well, we just talked with Justin Hawkinson of Auburn Live, the On3 site down there, and that was the first question I asked him. Why is Neville Arena so good for Auburn basketball? And everybody plays better at home, but Auburn just has some kind of different, distinct advantage down there. And, we talked about it's one of those, something that Bill talks about a lot when talking about Colonial Life Arena, one of those venues that's very small, very intimate. The crowd is right on top of you the entire time. You have a very smart basketball crowd as well that understands the ebbs and flows of the game and reacts to things accordingly. It just creates this raucous, rowdy environment that you're going to have to deal with for 40 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They have not, first of all, they're undefeated at home. Mm-hmm. They've won every game by double digits. Yep. The team that got the closest to them at home was Texas A&M, losing by 11, if my memory serves me.
That's correct.
It's tough, man. Look, here's the thing, though. South Carolina went to Knoxville and won. Tennessee hadn't lost a home game since last year. So if you're that team sitting across the street from us, well, now they're at Auburn, but you're like this. Hey, we went into a tough venue and we got a W. If we play our game and stick to who we are, we got a shot here.
Well, and that's why when you look at all the specifics of this matchup, you're probably pretty easily going to say, yeah, I'm going to lean towards Auburn in this one. But again, South Carolina has proven us wrong time and time again when you look at the matchups against Tennessee, against Kentucky, where we thought, there's no way they're going to be able to pull this one off. And they go out there, not only win, but do it in convincing fashion. I mean, they led wire to wire against Tennessee. They led pretty much the entire game against Kentucky as well. These aren't just wins that you're pulling out at the last second with a buzzer beater. These are convincing victories.
These aren't fluky, man. These are legit W's where you go, South Carolina was the best team on the court for 40 minutes.
Right.
So could they go to Auburn and win? Absolutely they can go to Auburn and win. Ain't going to be easy. This is the toughest roadie you have all year, is Auburn. And they're a good basketball team. They're deep. They play really good defense. They get to the free throw line. They make free throws. They're just good. They're good. They pass the ball well. They don't turn it over. They're deep. They play like 8 or 9 guys get 14 minutes.
Oh yeah, they pulled 10 guys off the bench against Alabama the other week. Now that was a little bit of a blowout. They had a 18-point win, so you were just kind of getting guys in at the last minute there. But routinely they run about 6 guys off the bench night in and night out. And when you talk about what South Carolina does from a defensive standpoint, really grinding teams down, wearing on them with that physical style of defense. When you have a team that can come off the bench the way that Auburn does, that theoretically should not affect them the same way it affects other teams.
No, and at the end of the day, that wave, and it's not just, it's the perimeter and the paint. They've got depth in both areas. And at the end of the day, this is going to be difficult. Auburn, if you look at numbers, a below average 3-point shooting team, but they have like 3 or 4 dudes who hit over 34%. So they got guys who can make threes. In their starting lineup, the lineup they've run the most, everybody's hitting at least 34% from 3. They don't take a lot of them, but they have been successful from 3 with some of their guys, even though their team total is like under 33%. They do have dudes who make threes. Jahani Broome is a legit low post player who scores in the paint.
Yep.
Now, Florida doubled Broome a lot, but Florida has 2 guys who are 7 foot, and they doubled Broome. South Carolina doesn't double a lot. But it's going to be interesting, how do they handle Broome and Jalen Williams, the other big? That's going to be a fun little chess match to see how Lamont does it. Is he just going to go straight up? Is he going to run guys at Broome to get the ball out of his hands? How they're going to handle, because Broome's really good.
Mm-hmm.
But Auburn is like a wave of like anonymous players that just come at you. So we'll see. But this will not be easy, but it is doable because we've seen them do it all year.
And it's kind of one of those things, and we said that after Tennessee, we said it after Kentucky, that, hey, if you're able to beat this team the way that you beat them, you can surely beat anyone. And I think if you go into Auburn tonight and end their undefeated streak at home and do it in a convincing way that you beat Kentucky and Tennessee, you truly look at this and, like, the sky's the limit for what this team can accomplish the rest of the way.
And the other part is, it's a veteran crew. They have not lost their composure all year except in the second half against Bama. They're mature. They've played really well down the stretch of games. Push the Alabama game aside. Especially you look at all the wins. A lot of those wins got tight, Tyler.
Yep.
In the last couple of minutes in South Carolina, do what they had to do to win the games. So they'll be composed. Again, very mature crew. They'll go down to Auburn. And again, if they play their way, at their pace and their tempo, and stay in their lane, they got a shot tonight.
Absolutely.
They do. And it's going to be fun. Here on the game, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip from the Plains as South Carolina takes on Auburn. It's interesting if you look at the rest of their schedule, because right now they're tied for first. If they lose this game, then obviously they would be tied with Auburn, but Auburn have a tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
And then Auburn is split with Bama, and South Carolina lost to Bama. So if you lose to Auburn, you're looking like you'd probably be third in the pecking order of a 3-way tie.
Yep.
Feels like. Rest of the year, though, LSU at CLA. LSU is 83rd in KenPom. They struggle on offense and defense at times. You feel like you should win that game, even though LSU can get you if you're not playing well.
Anybody
They could get you.
can get you, if we're being honest.
You go to Ole Miss, that's not going to be easy. You go to A&M, that won't be easy. Even though A&M has really lost to Vanderbilt last night.
Yep.
A&M has underachieved this year if you look at their season in totality, but they still have a talented squad.
Right.
Florida's dangerous. You get Florida here. Tennessee is here looking for revenge. They will be not in a very good mood. They'll be angry when Tennessee shows up. Then you got to go to Starkville, and Mississippi State is right now 32nd in the country in KenPom.
Yep.
So you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games against teams that are in the top 45 in KenPom rankings. It's going to be a fight down the stretch, is what I'm trying to say.
It is, and I don't want to say it's too lofty of an expectation to say, South Carolina can beat all those teams. They could, certainly, but it's also not unrealistic to think that they're probably going to trip up maybe a time or two, and that's okay. I mean, you're still talking about only having, 5 losses in conference play. That's still really great, and you still have all your goals ahead of you, but I do think that's an interesting kind of litmus test to close out the season before you get in the SEC tournament and ultimately the NCAA tournament. Just kind of seeing a variety of teams over those last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's a difficult road to finish the year, no doubt. We'll see how it ends up, but like we said a minute ago, the way this team has played, you're not going to sit back and say, "Oh, there's no way they could win there," or "There's no way they're going to win that game," because again, when they play their game in their style, nobody's beating them.
Right.
The Alabama game was the worst loss of the year. What happened in the second half? Got out of their lane.
Yep.
So you stay in their lane, they can give you trouble. And that's the same thing for the NCAA tournament. The style they play, very slow, suck the possessions out of the game. Their defense has gotten better every week. Those are teams that can drive you nuts in the tournament because they're stealing possessions, especially if you're a faster-paced squad. Like Auburn's going to try to push tempo tonight.
Yeah.
Auburn likes to play fast. They're like top 70 in tempo.
But Auburn actually plays defense, unlike Alabama, unlike Kentucky, even Tennessee to some degree. Like Auburn is good on both sides of the ball.
Auburn is excellent on defense. One of the best defensive teams in the country, and they're top 20 offense. They're sort of like Tennessee, but deeper.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a guy like Connect, but they're deeper and they're probably more athletic than Tennessee. But they get after you on defense like Tennessee, and Auburn's a good offensive team. They don't turn it over. They shoot free throws. They get to the line. It's going to be interesting tonight. But again, South Carolina could win. Absolutely. And we'll talk more about it. You know, we saw the Ole Miss game. And we'll get into this next. We saw the Ole Miss game, and Ole Miss made a ton of mid-range shots. Difficult, hand in your face, off balance, mid-range shots. And you're sitting there going, oh, my God. I want to talk about that for a minute because Lamont Paris, I don't know if you have that cut of Lamont from a few days ago discussing after the Ole Miss game, this is kind of what we want teams to do, and they were just making them.
Right.
Give you a little evidence behind that Elijah and I were looking at yesterday and today. Just kind of giving you a little insight on Lamont Paris and how they want to play defense. We'll do that and yet more about this game tonight. And we'll hear some Lamont here in a little bit. And some Dawn. We have Dawn from Carolina Calls we'll get later. We'll hear from Lamont Paris next. We'll kind of go into this, what South Carolina wants to do defensively. And it's a lot of teams now want to do this too, especially the analytic-loving teams. So we'll yip about that a little bit as we continue getting you ready for Auburn and South Carolina tonight. Halftime show, Terry Ford, Tyler Head. We're here till 3 on the game. Halftime show, Terry Ford, Tyler Head. In men's basketball, just a few minutes ago, Chris Holtmann just got fired by Ohio State. Holtmann earlier in his tenure he had a really good team a couple years ago. I believe it was a 2 or 3 seed, and got upset by Oral Roberts when Oral Roberts made that run to, I believe, 16. Holtmann, the program was never the same after that. Holtmann's teams typically were really good on offense and abysmal on defense. And now Holtmann is the ex-head coach at Ohio State. You're saying, Terry, who cares? Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Real fast, though, concentrating back on South Carolina, Lamont Paris. Game tonight against Auburn, 8 o'clock pre, 8:30 tip here on the game in Columbia, 107.5, and in Myrtle Beach, on the game in Myrtle Beach at 100.3. The reason we bring up the Ole Miss game real quick is the Rebels made a ton of mid-range, free throw line, elbow twos. And they were contested. They were off balance. It was just, they were just making buckets, right?
It was death by 1,000 paper cuts.
It was crazy.
Type deal.
And play the Lamont Paris cut about Ole Miss making those shots post-game real quick.
I think we climbed into them a little bit more. Yeah, you also don't want to foul.
Right.
They're in the bonus right there, and so but they did. They made a lot of. They tested my theory on those on the quality and efficiency of that shot today. They definitely did, and so but that's why the comeback was mounted, because they did make. And even in the first half, they made a bunch of those.
Oh yeah,
right. More than and an uncharacteristic amount of those went in, even in the first half, and so but we did some good things. We had stretches. We had some stretches where we looked really, really good, and that's the way we need to play. We executed some stuff offensively. We looked really, really good at times, which is why it was disappointing that some of those other defensive lapses, kind of stole the show.
Yep.
All right, the farther two, or the mid-range around the free throw line two, is looked at as the least efficient shot in basketball.
Sure.
When you're taking farther twos, you might as well take a couple steps back and shoot threes. That's the way it's looked at in basketball today. When I was a boy, you wanted to be able to shoot threes. You wanted to be able to shoot from the free throw line. You wanted to go to the basket. You wanted to be like, versatile, right?
Right.
But now that mid-range shot, it's like your 8-track tape player. It's like a Rand McNally map. It's a payphone. It's a VCR. That farther two, a lot of teams, especially the analytic savvy teams, like Nate Oates, you shoot a mid-range two for Nate Oates at Bama. He goes, hey, Bob, come sit down on the bench. Why'd you take that shot? Take a three. Right. Go to the basket. Don't shoot a mid-range two from 19 feet. And Lamont was talking about his theory on the mid-range two. Do you know what team in the SEC forces more mid-range twos?
Probably South Carolina.
South Carolina. 34% of shots taken against the South Carolina defense are farther twos or mid-range twos. Elijah and I were looking at this. Elijah, it's a great website. It's another analytics site, bartovik.com.
Yep.
And Elijah's like, you got to come see this. So I'm giving Elijah full credit for showing me this, and we were talking about it. 34% of the shots taken against South Carolina's defense are the shots Ole Miss was making. Now, I'll give you here's the example of why this shot is a dinosaur. If you look at teams, how they make this shot, ready, real quick. South Carolina, 37%. Florida at 40%. Missouri, 40%. A&M at 34%. Mississippi State, 38%. Kentucky is the best at 45%. Most teams are shooting around 40 or below.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you shoot threes. The average three-point shooting percentage in the country is about 34%.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably about 38 to 39%. So there's not a big difference. So why would you shoot that shot to make two? Why don't you back up to make three? It's almost the same percentage.
Yeah, you're not capitalizing on the opportunity as much as you could be.
Yeah. So instead of taking that shot from the free throw line or the elbow or right around there, you go back a few more feet, you get an extra point for it, and the percentages aren't that much different.
Right.
That's why you've seen the mid-range shot taken out.
Yeah.
Because, again, it's not like people are knocking it down. Like, for an example, close twos, everybody's making 54% and above
Yeah,
on close twos.
If it was like layups, then it'd be one thing, but it's not.
It's not. So basically, this goes back to the Alabama philosophy of basketball. We always say this is so analytically driven. You look at these numbers in front of me right now that Elijah and I were looking at yesterday. It makes sense. The Alabama model is go to the basket or shoot threes. The stats back up why. If you look at the analytic stats, why Nate Oates and Bama play that way. My biggest problem with it is when you shoot a ton of threes like Bama and you live by the three, Tyler, what ends up happening to you in the NCAA tournament?
You usually die by the three.
You die by it. When you've got no plan B, you will die by the three.
Right.
There's no way you're going to be so good from three for 4 straight games against high-level competition that you're going to make it to the Final Four. Or the possibility of that, when we go by analytics, the numbers percentage-wise of you being that good from three for 4 straight games,
not great.
Not great. That's why you need a plan B on offense.
Sure.
And it's not just go to the basket. But if you go by analytic numbers, that's why Alabama plays the way they do, and this is why Lamont Paris wants to force you to shoot that long two or that mid-range, because it's the least efficient shot in basketball.
And just like a team shooting the three, sometimes you just run into a team that has a really good night, like Ole Miss did the other night, where those shots are falling. But again, when you're talking about normal trends, that's not going to happen on a night-in, night-out basis.
Exactly. That's why when Alan Flanagan's canning those twos in the Ole Miss game, Lamont Paris got me on the side, got me on the bench going, seriously? He just made another one?
Yeah.
Another one? And another one? What are we doing here?
And that's kind of one of those things, like you don't change what you're doing. Because, again, at some point, sometimes luck is just on their side and it's just falling the right way. And just say, hey, just keep pushing it and hopefully the luck runs out.
Sometimes dudes just make buckets and you're just standing there going, but that's the least efficient shot in basketball and this guy keeps making it. We had a guy like that. He had a kooky shot. When I used to play back in the day, we had this guy who played pickup with us, and he had a really kooky shot. He threw it from almost his shoulder, right?
Yeah.
But at times he would get hot from like 35 feet, just start throwing this thing and start going in from like 30, 35 feet. So one time we're playing this pickup game, a bunch of young dudes come in, and it's so funny because I was in my 30s, my late 30s at the time, I guess it was, here X amount of years ago. And so these guys all come in, they're younger dudes, they're warming up and their elbows are over the rim and they're dunking and all this other stuff. And, and we're a bunch of like dudes around 40. We're lucky if we can touch the net at this point.
Right.
And we're just doing laps. And so they want to run a game, and we're like, all right, we'll run you to 11, whatever. And that guy, shoulder shooter, made like 6 30-footers against them. They were like so mad. Every time he hit one, there's no way that dude could hit another one. There's no way. And I swear, he beat him by himself.
Yeah.
But to my point of like Lamont's got to be sitting there doing the same thing in this game against Ole Miss. Another mid-range 3,
right.
Another mid-range 2. And he looks at his analytic guys. I thought this shot was bad. What are we doing here? But that happens in basketball. There's just times dudes make shots. But that shot is the least efficient shot in basketball. South Carolina wants to force you to shoot that shot. They're going to run you off the three-point line, and they want to almost pack line the paint to make you shoot that mid-range far two, right, because it's the least efficient shot in basketball. So very interesting, and we'll thank my buddy Elijah for going, hey, you want to see this? You want to see this page on Bart Torvik's website? I'm like, sure.
You've obviously been around the game of basketball for a very long time. Did you ever think there would be as many deep dive analytics into so many facets of the game like we have at our disposal now? Ken Palm, Bart Torvik, other sites out there where it's like you can legitimately, any kind of statistic you can think of, it's available now.
It's crazy. It's craziness. I never thought I would see this kind of deep dive, in-depth detail on sports.
Yeah.
It's and if you think basketball's bad, go look at baseball.
Yeah, well, I mean,
baseball will make your head explode.
It is literally, and it to a degree has changed basketball and football as well, but no game has been more influenced by analytics and the numbers than baseball has. Where you have analytic people within your dugout saying, all right, well, based on the percentages and, when the sun's at this point in the sky and there's a cloud off to this angle, then we hit the ball this way or whatever it may be.
The Tampa Rays have the entire cast of Big Bang Theory sitting in the dugout with them. Excuse me, yeah. You're a coach? Oh, you're a manager. My bad. Come here for a minute. Yeah. I want to show you a little something I just got on a spreadsheet. And they use it. It's craziness. There's a lot of people, jocks in the jock sports community, that are so mad that their home, their domain has been invaded by the nerds.
Yeah, pretty much.
It drives them crazy.
Pretty much.
It drives them nuts.
Because they can't shove them in lockers anymore.
Well, they can, but they could get fired now.
Oh, then it's like shove you in the locker, see you at practice.
That's right. Hey, if you get out of that locker, I need a spreadsheet on pitchers throwing fastballs on cloudy days.
Yeah, when it's 94 degrees and there's a slight breeze.
All right, we'll get back here on the halftime show. Chris Holtmann, the basketball coach at Ohio State, just got canned. Why that should matter? We'll talk about that next. Halftime show, Terry Ford, Tyler Head. We're rolling till 3 here on the game. All right, we talk a lot about the men's clinic of South Carolina, and we discuss all the issues you can have that could just be low testosterone, whether it's, lack of sleep or, lack of life drive, sex drive, professional drive to do anything, or it could be, your workouts stink now, your recovery from workouts stink, brain fog. All these things could just be low T. And I say, well, go find out. It's going to cost you nothing. 803-875-MENS. You call the men's clinic. You get a confidential, free consultation with Dr. Dan and the staff. And you just tell them what's going on with you. And if they think it could be low T, they'll do some lab work. And if it comes back low testosterone, this is the thing that I really want to drive home. Then they make the program catered around you. Everyone's different. Not everybody has the same low T problems. They're going to cater a program around you to get your testosterone levels back up to where you can be you again. 803-875-MENS, Men's Clinic of South Carolina. All right, so Chris Holtmann is out as men's basketball coach at Ohio State in the middle of year 7. Holtmann was more successful earlier in his tenure. Last couple years, 30-30, 9-25 in the conference. This year, 14-11, 4-10, and Holtmann is out. Why should that matter? Where's Ohio State, Tyler? What conference?
In the Big Ten.
Okay, I thought you were going to say, Terry, it's in the state of Ohio. Thanks.
Well, you said the conference,
Yeah,
but
yep, they're in the Big Ten. They'll be looking for a basketball coach. Where'd Lamont Paris cut his bones?
in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm. And the reason I bring this up, I'm not trying to freak people out, but just this is the example. Lamont Paris, right now, if we did the voting today, would be National Coach of the Year.
Absolutely.
What he has done in South Carolina in year 2 is nothing short of phenomenal. You think anybody else is noticing that besides us?
I think there's a lot of teams around the country that might be trying to call him this offseason.
And right now, Lamont Paris is one of the lowest paid coaches in the SEC.
You're correct.
Now, here's what I'm saying, because again, we're not over there every day. What you have to do is identify if what Lamont Paris is doing in your mind, because you're around him every day, he works with you, you talk with him. Do you think what Lamont Paris is doing is sustainable? Do you think this is the start of something where South Carolina is going to be an NCAA tournament quality / top 25 program? Do you think this is the start of something? Because if you do, you know what I'd be who I'd be having a conversation with?
The athletic department about getting him a raise.
I think we need to talk, okay, what can we offer him to keep him? Because again, if you're doing this and you're looked at right now as the favorite for National Coach of the Year, Big Ten's got money. Ohio State's got money. And there are going to be other Ohio States that are going to be firing their coaches.
I'll take this a step further. He's from Findlay, Ohio. It's where he was born and raised.
Mm-hmm.
Played basketball in college in Ohio. Was an assistant at Akron. Again, a lot of ties to the state of Ohio and the Big Ten as well from his time as assistant.
And
in
this
Wisconsin.
isn't to scare you if you're, if you're
not,
listening.
And by the way, that's it's a high compliment when your coach is being sought after, because that means you're doing a good job at your respective program. But that's kind of one of those things, again, if you do want to hang on to him, if you think, like you said, that this is sustainable for years to come, you have to make it worth his while, because I guarantee you a school like Ohio State is willing to come to the table with a pretty sizable offer if they want Lamont Paris.
Right. And look, after Shane, South Carolina had the 8-win season, went to the Gator Bowl, Shane got some love.
Yep.
Because he was one of the lowest paid coaches in the SEC.
Yep.
And so you said, okay, we recognize this program's gotten better. It feels like we have the forward momentum. Feels like this is sustainable. We're going to bump the contract. And it's what you have to do if you want to keep successful coaches. If you believe what Lamont Paris is doing is the foundation of all of a sudden South Carolina is like Tennessee, perennially a top 25 program, you're going to compete in the SEC on a high level, then you're going to have to break out your wallet. And no one's going to say all of a sudden you're going to make him the highest paid coach in the conference.
Sure.
What you're saying is you pay him what feels like the value of the extension and the bump should be to make him not want to go anywhere.
And look, it's really easy to spend other people's money.
Sure it is. I'm good at it.
We do a really good job of that. But, I think we all understand that South Carolina is not seen as a destination job in basketball. It's a program you can have success at, and we've seen that happen in the past before, but it's not, guys don't go into the coaching race and, man, I hope I end up at South Carolina one day. That's my end goal. It can be used, unfortunately, as a stepping stone to get to better opportunities. And again, with the success Lamont Paris has had in just a year and a half, there is an opportunity, if he chooses, that he could go somewhere else. Now, he may love everything about South Carolina, never want to leave no matter what that number figure is. But again, if you want to be on the safer side, you're probably going to have to make it worth his while this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, you're proactive and you start, first of all, obviously, like you said, you talk to the powers that be that, handle the wallet.
Yep.
Saying, want to investigate, going to Lamont Paris with an offer of a raise and an extension. And you got to get that signed off, obviously. Look, South Carolina, Shane was near the bottom, Lamont near the bottom, Mark Kingston near the bottom. I mean, Dawn is very well compensated for what she's done, what she deserves.
Right.
But you got to make a choice. If you think guys are the right guy, you have to compensate them. And Shane got compensated to the, again, because they thought this is sustainable.
And the last thing you want to do if you're South Carolina is have to go back to the drawing board 2 years later after, okay, you bring in Lamont Paris.
Mm-hmm.
You know, first year was obviously rocky. Hey, so year number 2 brings in all these transfers. Everything's on the right track. And we feel like this is something to be sustained for years to come. Oh, no, he's gone. Now what do we do? Now back to the drawing board, hiring some other assistant or somebody else from a mid-major that you don't know how well they're going to translate at the SEC level. And then we're having the same conversation 2 years from now. And you just don't want this to end up being a never-ending cycle. If you think Lamont Paris, as you said, is the future of this program and can lead them to sustained success, you got to make it happen this offseason.
You don't want to be looked at as the rest area you stop at on the highway to get to your real destination.
Sure.
Especially if you're in a Power 5 league.
Right.
And look, this is a football school. We get it. It's not a basketball. It's a football school. But these people, you've seen what's going on here. Again, Jay and Tommy told me all the time, if South Carolina wins a hoop, they're going to fill that place. And what have we seen since the Gamecocks have turned it this year?
They've done a great job filling out Colonial Life Arena.
And it might be a football school, but you know what? We're seeing the interest in basketball the way this program's playing. So you've got to make up your mind, is this sustainable? Is this the foundation of being a program that can all of a sudden be in the conversation of being a top 25 program or being in that kind of wheelhouse?
Right.
And can you be a team that most of the time is knocking on the door to go to the NCAA tournament? Or can you also be someone that, like this year, where you're sitting here tied for the lead in the SEC with 7 games to go?
Right.
Is this what you think the foundation is being laid by Lamont Paris? Again, I'm not around him every day. I'm looking at results. But I get it, too. You gave Will Muschamp an extension, and it didn't go very well. You know, Frank Martin was really kept around longer than they might have wanted him because of a contract.
Mm-hmm.
So I know giving someone an extension in year 2 can be dangerous. I get that. We can give you many examples of guys who, we always talk about our boy Mel Tucker at Michigan State with that extension. Hey, the king of extensions, Jimbo, right? At A&M. I know giving someone an extension, and if it doesn't work, can blow up in your face early. That's why I'm saying you need to know in your heart from being around someone every day and how they handle their business, is this just a flash or is this the foundation of sustainable success?
Well, you have to ask yourself the question, would you rather look 5 years down the road and let's say that this season is a flash in the pan, you sign Lamont Paris to an extension in the next couple of years, aren't that great, and you're having to move on and find another head coach in 2027 or something like that. And you say, okay, well, we miscalculated, made the wrong call on that one, didn't end up working out. Or would you rather not do that and he goes to Ohio State and suddenly leading that team to, the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 or regular clip, and you say, we could have had that if we would have made the right moves in the offseason.
Would you rather be looked at as a program that swung for the fences because they thought they had something special, okay, you miss, or would you rather be the program that isn't proactive and then you lose a guy and he goes somewhere and all of a sudden, wow, he's really good there. Where'd he come from?
Yeah.
Oh.
And again, it's easy to spend other people's money, and I'm not going to pretend to understand what the financial implications and how to make all that work to get a bigger contract. But like you said, he is the lowest paid coach in the SEC coming into this season. And that's something, again, we were talking about maybe winning the SEC overall here in the next couple weeks. That theoretically needs to change.
And look, again, not from here. Somebody comes in and offers you, put it this way, someone comes in and offers you twice what you're making.
Well, and that's the thing that when we talk about, loyalty to programs and stuff like that, especially for a coach that, again, is not from here, does not have ties to the state of South Carolina prior to taking this job, like, they're not looking at it through the same lens we are. We're going to look at it, why would anybody want to leave here? This place is great, and the city of Columbia and all that kind of stuff. Those aren't the specific things that coaches are looking at, especially if they don't have ties to the area. So if he says, hey, Ohio State's going to give me $6 million a year to be their head coach, heck yeah, he'd go take that if you're not going to get anything better here.
I mean, it's just it's a conversation that hopefully is being had across the street.
We're not trying to scare people. We're just presenting a realistic opportunity that could come about.
Right, and we just want to say that this is where South Carolina's university has to be having these conversations to say, again, is this guy laying the groundwork for this is what this program's going to be?
Right.
And if it is, you know what you got to do, right?
Got to make it worth his while.
You got to make it worth his while. So we just want to give you an example of success is great, but like you said, teams don't chase coaches that aren't successful. Hey, this guy that sucks, let's go get him. No. It's usually the successful programs. People try to poach coaches. All right, just give you a little example of this is where South Carolina's got to be proactive. They believe this is the guy. All right, halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head. Firehouse sub text of the hour is next. 803-404-6100 on the game. All right, coming up 1 o'clock, Michael Felder from Learfield. We will talk football with Michael Felder because in the 1 o'clock hour, we talk football. Sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. All right, right now, our Firehouse subtext the hour at 803-404-6100. What do you got, man?
Yeah, so Wayne weighs in. A lot of people weighing in on the Lamont Paris conversation. He says, Lamont Paris, or keeping Lamont Paris would also be great for recruiting, just to know that this coach who has success will be in South Carolina long-term, gives you confidence to sign on the dotted line. When you talk about the state of South Carolina and the sheer amount of talent that comes out of the state, look, you're not going to be able to sign everyone, but you look at these past couple seasons, you've had G.G. Jackson, Colin Murray Boyles, who's originally from here, obviously finished his high school career out in Utah. Like, you have such a talent-rich state. Yeah, being able to say, hey, this coach is going to be here for a long time and hopefully have a lot of success for years to come could be more enticing for these guys to want to stay with the in-state school.
Oh, you know, you get someone who stays, and look, you talk to a lot of the former South Carolina Gamecocks, especially from the eras when the basketball program was good and competitive, is they say there's been a disconnect over these last so many years with the head coach at South Carolina and just the state itself, you know, and whether it's the high schools, the AAUs, whatever. And one of the things with Lamont and his staff is Kerry Rich is phenomenal, and Kerry Rich is almost like, you know, he's the dude. Mm-hmm. And having Kerry Rich on the staff to help build those relationships back up is vital. And so, yeah, you keep a guy, you get some continuity, you have continuity with the head coach, with the staff. It's nothing but a good thing. The other thing, too, is your fan base is loud. And look, you don't make decisions for this reason. But from the fan perspective, you feel like, all right, you got it going on now in hoops for men. This is good. You know, again, the place is packed. Everybody's excited.
Sure.
Tonight's going to be fun at Auburn. Win or lose, just the idea that your team's playing in a big game is cool.
Right.
Last thing you want is to lose that momentum with, what happened?
Yeah.
What? Huh? So that's why, again, you have to make that decision. If this is the guy and you feel like what he's doing is going to be what he's going to do moving forward, you got to figure out what to do to keep him from leaving.
Sure. Well, it's not, obviously we're talking about this from the perspective that he has a lot of ties to the Big Ten, a lot of ties to the state of Ohio, but let's say, and I was talking to my friend that's a big Kentucky fan the other day, you know, she doesn't think that Coach Cal is going to last after this season. So if they can't coach Cal, what would stop them from maybe courting, you know, Lamont Paris if he indeed continues on this run of success and ends up being coach of the year, whatever it may be? Like, this is going to be a name that is going to be out there with some of these bigger programs when they have coach openings because of what he's done in a short time here at South Carolina. So even if the Ohio State thing doesn't happen, if you don't make it worth his while, again, his name's going to keep coming up.
Because, again, he'll come up and look, again, this community knows. The coaching community knows things. They know. Look, if you and I can look up how much money Lamont Paris can make, do you think we're the only ones?
No.
The coaching community knows, and the college basketball community knows the guys that are getting paid what, right?
Right.
And you know if a guy is one of the lower paid coaches in his conference and he's doing really good work, like anyone in life, we all want to be compensated for our good work and our hard work.
Sure.
So if someone is not compensated fairly or what they think would be fairly for the market of that occupation, someone's going to swoop in and offer them more to come do that same job for them.
And here's the thing. I understand Lamont Paris coming in as the lowest paid coach in the SEC because you didn't know if he was going to be able to translate to this level. Again, had success in a short time at Chattanooga, which was his first head coaching gig at the Division I level. And great, use that as a springboard to come to South Carolina, where he wasn't as known of a commodity when he got hired here. First year, obviously, a struggle. Like, okay, we'll see what happens in year two. And obviously, this year has been fantastic. So you hire him at that initial starting salary, hoping that you're having to have this conversation about giving him an extension, about giving him a raise once you see the success, and you're already seeing it maybe even quicker than people thought you were going to see it. So again, now you're getting to the point where you're going to have that conversation very, very soon.
Well, that's the thing about it is that, again, a lot of people didn't see this coming.
Right.
And now it's been a fabulous story. And really, look, to be honest, there's a lot of rumbling that Lamont Paris wasn't the top choice.
Right.
I mean, Sean Miller was the guy everybody was getting all goo-goo about, and that didn't obviously happen. And then there was some talk of some other candidates. Lamont was looked at as not the first choice, and that's okay. Pete Carroll was the 45th choice at Southern Cal. How'd that work out?
Yeah,
You just want to
okay.
get it right.
Right.
That worked out pretty well.
Well, regardless, when they introduce him, we got our guy.
Oh, it's always we got our guy. No one. I love to hear the press conference. All right, so we're happy to have Coach blah blah. He was our 12th choice, but we're happy he took the job. Come on up and say a few things, Coach blah blah. Thank you. All right, Michael Felder. We're going to talk some football, some college football stuff with Michael Felder from Learfield. That's coming up next. Football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. That's on the way. Also, who's going to the Combine from the Gamecocks? We'll get into that as well. It's a halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head. We're hanging here up until 3 right here on the Game in Columbia, Florence, Myrtle Beach, 107.5 The Game app and the Game TV. Halftime show, Terry Ford, Tyler Head, football. The 1 o'clock hour sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors for 40 years. The folks at Atlantic Windows and Doors, the best quality and the biggest selection of windows and doors in the Midlands. AWDSC.com. Bring our buddy Michael Felder from Learfield in here. Okay, guys. All right, so today, and you know how this goes, Michael, when you're doing research, you go to different websites, different newspapers, different media entities to kind of get some knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what we do. So I'm trying to prep up on the Auburn, South Carolina basketball game for tonight. So I go to a very good newspaper, AL.com. We all have used it. So I go to AL.com, and I see this headline.
I used to write for them.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did some writing. They used to have like a special little a bloggers program. So every week I participated in like a roundtable with national writers so they could get a little bit more perspective.
Oh, so you know how good AL.com is. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, so here is the headline I see, front page AL.com. You don't see this one every day. Alabama prisoner's brain missing after UAB autopsy.
Oh, no.
Can't make that one up.
It's not funny, but goodness gracious.
I know. It's not funny, but it's funny.
Yeah.
I saw that when I went, wow, what a headline. The headline is funny.
That's a Florida-esque headline, if we're being honest.
I was looking for a Florida man's Twitter account. Yes. It's just like, wow. So, yeah, I thought you, being a longtime writer for many outlets, would enjoy that headline.
Yeah, I do. Listen, that's an editor really, really going for the gusto.
And it worked because I clicked on it. See, it worked.
Yep. There you go. That's his job.
Oh, man, Michael Felder from Learfield hanging out with us talking some college football here on the Game halftime show. All right, so now let me ask you, are you surprised, or maybe not, that ESPN, and again, it hasn't been ratified yet, but ESPN jumps in and they get the deal that they've gotten, it seems like, with the college football playoff, where they will be dropping $7.8 billion on a 6-year extension to be the home of the 12-team tournament through 31-32?
No, I think that as much as ESPN is in the business of all sports, so to speak, they're the leader in the college football business. And remember, they're losing a lot of that Big Ten to CBS and to NBC, which has become so they've got to figure out a way to get that back. And part of that buyback is to make sure that they own the playoff. And so that's the way that I think about it. And to own that playoff at, $1.3 billion for the playoff itself, for that 6-year deal, that's going to be the part that's going to be really interesting. The thing I think about more is this alliance between the Big Ten and the SEC, where one is a fully ESPN-owned property in the SEC, and the other one is kind of split between, between 3 networks, right? CBS, Fox, and NBC.
Yep.
That's going to be the part where they still, at the end of the day, they've got to be laughing, while they clap their hands, they laugh all the way to the bank, because at the end of the day, no matter how many Big Ten teams get in, those teams are going to be on ESPN at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And don't you think, we're talking to Michael Felder from Learfield here on the halftime show in the Game, don't you think, Michael, too, now that we have this, almost like unholy alliance between the SEC and the Big Ten, that the way this college football playoff is set up now, the structure will be different, because it's not going to be in the SEC or the Big Ten's interest to make this a 5+7. They want the 12 best teams because they'll have a better chance to get more teams in, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole, yes. Like when I talk to folks about college football, I mean, it started with the initial rounds of realignment, like back when I was starting in this industry, 2011, 2012, and everybody kept thinking, give us a chance, give us a chance, give us a chance, with respect to like a Boise State at that point. And then teams like TCU thought, if I just level up to, the Big 12, which they are now, I'll have a chance. And they did. They played for a national championship, which is more than Boise State can say. But at the end of the day, what people don't realize is the goal is not to make as much money as possible. That's secondary. The goal is to stop other teams from making money. And in this case, the goal for them, the SEC and the Big Ten, is to make sure that the ACC can't get up to their level, that the Big 12 can't get up to that level. It's to suppress, and then the money's a byproduct of that suppression, because you conserve all your resources, and those resources aren't just money. Those resources are players. Those resources are coaches. Those resources are coaches' salaries. And that's the goal here, is to make it sort of where it's an unchallengeable, like it's an immovable object, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Michael Felder with us from Learfield here on the Halftime Show in the Game. You know, I look at it like, Michael, in a lot of ways, the SEC and the Big Ten, obviously, it's really not a Power 5, it's a Power 2. It's sort of like the movie, and I'll go old school. Remember that movie Down and Out in Beverly Hills? Mm-hmm. All the rich, ritzy people decide to bring the homeless guy in and clean him up and give him a shower. I mean, that's really what you're asking, like, the big power conferences to do if you're not in with them, right? Hey, let us in. Well, they're saying, why should we? We got everything. Why should we clean you up and, give you a shower and give you some of our stuff? We got it all and we've earned it. It's almost like, screw you. We're not going to include you unless we absolutely have to.
Oh, man, that is a Bette Midler movie. Goodness gracious. I haven't thought about that movie in years.
Who was her husband? Oh, my God. Who was her husband in that movie?
I don't remember. I know Nick Nolte is the guy they cleaned up.
Yeah, he was the dirty homeless dude. Yeah.
I thought you were going to bring up I thought you were going to talk about Trading Places.
That's another good one. Another great example.
Yeah.
Trading Places, putting Eddie Murphy in the spot, making Dan Aykroyd the homeless guy.
Yeah.
But then again, you get Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, and she's great. It just is one of those things, like, to go back to the point, like, yes, the whole goal is, like, we just, like, what they've decided is, and this is going to be, because there's going to be another round of things that happen. Florida State's already kicked it off. North Carolina's already exploring. Clemson obviously is already exploring. Like, Virginia's already exploring, and there's going to be another split, and it's gonna stink for me as someone who played at an ACC school, who grew up in the ACC country, who lived ACC. Like, I remember them wheeling the TVs in for the ACC tournament. Like, it's at some point, UNC, Virginia, and whether it's Duke or somebody else, they're going to go to the Big Ten, and Clemson and Florida State and maybe Georgia Tech, although Georgia Tech might stand on business, they're going to end up in the SEC as well. Like, there's another round coming. And the Big Ten went and they said, Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA, you guys are with us. And then the ACC, they added some teams, but those teams, we'll see what happens with them, because maybe they end up in the Big Ten as well, because they align a little bit more with the Big Ten. But there's certainly going to be another round of something that happens now that we have Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC, and then all those teams I just mentioned in the Big Ten.
Michael Felder with us from Learfield, yapping some college football here on the Halftime Show in the Game. By the way, Richard Dreyfuss was the dad. Just remind you. Richard Dreyfuss.
Wow.
Hey, man, that's the thing with me. Michael, look, I'm all about evolving. I get where the world's going. It's all about look, Mickey Mouse and Rupert Murdoch run college football. I get it.
Yeah.
But there's that part of me, and you just brought it up, the traditionalist part of me that grew up on this being just more of a simpler thing, even though I know all sorts of crooked stuff was going on when I was growing up. It kind of hurts your heart to watch some of this stuff. Like, the idea that Southern Cal is going to play Rutgers in a Big Ten game makes my head explode.
Yeah, it's wild. I think I've come to terms with it, mostly because I do recognize the way that it does help a lot of these kids. Like, I'll be honest with you, I have friends that played football. Like, my high school football teammates, they went to schools that weren't as big as UNC. Mm-hmm. And a couple of them had to drop out of school because no one had eyes on them, right? They didn't have tutors. They didn't have this. So these guys are going to have a lot more resources for them, which I think is a positive thing. And the problem, I have a bigger problem with the portal than I have with realignment, because with the portal, what we're seeing is high school kids be under-recruited and then have to try to transfer to get to the school they probably should have gone to in the first place. And that's the part that I find more frustrating than the realignment or even than this alliance. Because we're seeing fewer kids sign. We're seeing schools take 6 kids, 8 kids. I watched a video of the SMU coach talk about they're only going to take 8 kids. The rest is going to be portal guys. And I was like, this is like, that to me is the part of that's not good. That's the part that leaves the worst taste in my mouth.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine whose kid's a very high-level high school basketball player, and he's like, man, he used to get a lot of love with everybody recruiting him when he was younger, but now it's go time, and everybody wants portal guys, to your point. Yep. Hey, question for you, switch gear a little bit. The whole fight with Tennessee and Virginia and the NCAA, it's in court. I was reading today where I knew you'll be surprised, the NCAA kind of soiled themselves in court. Stunning. Yep. Look, we're going down the same road. You're going to bring up antitrust. You're probably going to beat the NCAA. I keep saying this. At some point, and I know none of them want to do it. They're going to have to bargain with players, and everybody's going to have to get together and hammer out an agreement that everybody can be on board, and then you can make rules and regulations and guardrails to govern the sport. And now you're not going to end up in court every day. But Michael, they don't want to include players in these conversations, man. They just don't want to do it.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword a little bit, I think, because I don't think that players, when we're talking about like a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old, I don't know that they're equipped to handle these conversations.
No.
And that is a real problem, right? You're negotiating with it's hard to negotiate with children. But at the same time, if we can get independent representation
right
for these players,
exactly.
That's the part that's going to have to matter.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, we're listening to the NCAA, which is a humongous, like a mega organization, argue with smaller mega organizations in terms of schools and states. And so they're arguing with these guys, but the players don't have anything. They don't get to say anything. And I think you're right about that. And it's like when mom and dad fight, when the reality of it is like, I don't want to have chicken for dinner, Mom. It doesn't matter how the chicken's cooked. I want something different, but the kid doesn't get to say anything, right? What is the old saying? Kids are better seen, not heard. And that's where they're living right now. But for these guys to get what they want, to get what they're due, there does need to be somebody that steps up and stands up for these kids, because I don't know that they're fully equipped. Like, maybe a couple of guys are. And there's a lot of guys, but if you're a first-generation college kid, first-generation college kid playing a sport who just your NIL feels like enough, and you don't recognize like your worth or the fact that you are an employee of this school, if you don't recognize any of those things and you don't know the terms and you're like, you didn't go to law school, they're gonna wrestle you all the way. And so that's the part where there's got to be somebody, there's got to be an organization, something that steps up and stands up for them.
And that's what I'm talking about. They need legal representation from an organization that's going to sit at the table and speak for the players. That's where this has to end up if you want to stay out of court. But you're right. An 18-year-old version of me, I got an NIL, I got a hot girlfriend, and I'm playing football.
Yep.
I'm good, man. I'm a happy guy. Oh, man. Michael Felder from Learfield. We appreciate you like always, my friend. We'll bug you again here real soon. Thanks, bud.
Sounds good. Yes, take it easy.
We'll see you now. All right, Michael Felder from Learfield talking about the different things in the world of college athletics. Real quick, Tyler, before we get to break, that's the thing, though, a lot of times I've talked to NFL players.
Yep.
And I've talked to Major League Baseball players. And even in those unions, you have guys who don't care.
Sure.
They go like this: I don't care about this union crap. I'm making a really good living, and I'm playing ball, and I really don't care about all these issues. I just want to keep playing ball and making a good living. You guys figure out all the other stuff. Yeah. I don't really want to be involved.
Yeah, there are plenty of guys that are just going to go with the flow of whatever happens. But again, that's not everybody. And you do have a good collection of players that are going to want to make the max potential of whatever their earning opportunity is at the college level, which I think now far exceeds what we ever thought it was going to be when NIL came about just a handful of years ago. So, yeah, like you guys are talking about, as we talk about so much, the inevitable thing is getting everybody at the table and hammering out a deal, which unfortunately you're going to have to renegotiate every couple of years because you have a new cycle of athletes coming in every handful of years or so. But that's kind of the nature of where we're at and what you're going to have to do if you want to make this happen going forward.
And that representative body, they take it to the players and or the athletes, and they'll vote on it. And if it passes, then that are your rules for a 4 or 5 year period. That's just really the way this thing's going to have to end up to stay out of court. Because the NCAA, we've noticed, who are they in court again?
Glass Joe. Yep. Though he has one win.
Glass Joe. All right, halftime show. Football, and more football. We'll jump back in. Shane Beamer, hot seat? Someone thinks so. We'll get to that next. Halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, running till 3 on the game. Football halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head till 3 here on the game. All right, so Paul Feinbaum had J.D. Piquel on from On 3. And they were, I guess, talking about where different coaches stand in the SEC, who could be more on a hot seat coming into this year, who it's in their best interest to have a winning season or a turnaround season or go to a bowl game or whatever the case. And old J.D. brought up Shane Beamer with another coach, which I don't agree with, and I find it very interesting. Hit it, Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, I think the name that keeps coming up in a lot of just college football public circles is what's going to happen at Florida with Billy Napier. And Billy Napier is someone I'm a huge fan of. I think he's done a really good job with what he inherited. Now, it hasn't been the job they wanted to see done on the field, but just not just from a what they haven't done the last couple of years perspective at Florida and Gainesville. I think just the schedule they have here to finish, like November 2nd to November 30th for them is absolutely brutal. You start with Georgia, and then you got Florida State at the end of that thing. I mean, it's a very, very difficult schedule and what feels like a really high-stakes year for Billy Napier and company. So I think that's one that you got to look at. Another guy that I'm a huge fan of, Shane Beamer at South Carolina. Wasn't the year they wanted to have last year. I'd probably pump the brakes a little bit more on making a definitive statement on Shane Beamer and his future in Columbia. I think they overachieved the past 2 years. So to have one down year this past year, I think, you kind of wait and see and you don't get overreactionary. But those are the two that I'm curious to see how they respond in 2024.
Not Sam Pittman?
Yeah, I thought
you put Shane ahead of Uncle Sam?
I thought that was an interesting omission because, gosh, I don't think any of us expected Pittman to get another year.
Oh, and I love Uncle Sam. Fire up that damn jukebox. I love Sam. But after the last couple of years, especially last year, whew, I was surprised because I know a few people who went to the University of Arkansas and are from there, and they think they should be really good. People forget Bobby Petrino had them as a double-digit win team until old Bobby jumped on the motorcycle with his friend.
Bobby's back.
I know.
Part 2.
Well, you know the way this goes. Sam Pittman in Arkansas start off slow. Sam gets canned. Who's the interim head coach?
I guess Bobby Petrino.
Just saying.
It's funny. He has a little caveat in his contract about like a vehicle allotment or money. It doesn't specify what kind of vehicle it has to be. I imagine they're probably not going to let him buy another motorcycle.
No motorcycle?
And he's got to stay away from the volleyball facility.
Yeah. Do you think they're handpicking his staff?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things like, okay, as part of this deal, we get to keep a camera in your office at all times.
The Bobby cam.
You have to sign in and out of the building.
You're right. Stay away from the volleyball facility, Bobby. But going back to Shane real quick, I don't go down that road. I think Shane, obviously if you crater and have an awful offer or whatever, that's a different conversation. But if you come back with another 5-win year, I think Shane Beamer, then the hot seat starts the following season.
Yeah, I don't think outside of going 0-12 this year, I don't think there's any plausible scenario where Shane Beamer is not the coach in 2025.
I agree.
Because as Piquel mentioned there, that he has done a lot in his 3 years, and we've talked about it so much. He did it out of order.
Right.
Where if in year 1 you're 5-7, then hey, you were 3 wins better than everybody thought you were going to be. Year 2, you go 7-6 and win the Mayo Bowl. Well, hey, we're moving in the right direction. Year 3, 8 wins and knock 2 teams out of the college football playoff. Fantastic. We're over the moon about it. But the fact that you did it out of order changes those emotions a little bit.
And plus, when you come off of that, trip to the Gator Bowl and the 8 wins and the W's over Tennessee and Clemson and all that momentum's going, everybody's all lathered up. I mean, the E word starts,
sure.
Expectation. And, I thought they'd be a 7-win team last year. Schedule wasn't easy. I thought they'd be a 7-win team. And they won 5. And really, the biggest thing, we've had this conversation, if you beat Florida and you go off to the Oscar Mayer Bologna Bowl or whatever, and let's say you win that bowl game and you finish 7-6, you know what? We're having a totally different conversation.
If you beat Florida and if you figure out how to score on offense against Clemson, we could have been talking about 7-win team.
Yeah, you're talking about a different team. So the difference between, and look, I know there's a million bowl games, But the difference between going to a bowl game, even if it's the Quick Lube Bowl in Detroit or the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl in L.A. or whatever, just the fact you roll yourself into a bowl game for the third straight year, right? And whether you win or lose the bowl game is neither here nor there. Yeah, you didn't win as many as you did the year before, but guess what you still did, Tyler? You still went to a bowl game. You still got your extra practices. You still had at least a 500 season, and you've never had a losing record in 3 years. But that Florida game changed so much of the dynamic on how last season's looked at.
And that's a big thing that you mentioned there. Bowl games now obviously don't mean what they used to unless you're actually in the college football playoff. So, yeah, losing that Gator Bowl wasn't that big a deal. You certainly wanted to see them win, but it was a spirited game nonetheless. But you had those extra practices. You got to jump on next season. The teams that miss out on bowl games don't get to have them. People say, oh, it's 15 practices. What kind of difference can that make? It can make a big difference. You can really learn early on, okay, this guy can be our starter here. This guy can be our starter there. As you look at guys that are going to be leaving for the NFL or whatever their next opportunity is going to be, and get a good idea of what your team's going to be instead of having to figure that out months later in spring practice.
Remember, Shane said, I've never not had the extra practices in December, ever. So, was last year disappointing? Sure it was. 5-7, and defense was bad until November. You know, the offense couldn't run the ball. The offensive line had a ton of issues. Look, I get it. I just don't. I think you would need another one of these to all of a sudden start talking hot seats for Shane Beamer. I think Shane has banked enough in those first 2 years. And really, let's take a minute. With an offensive line in flux, with a defense that couldn't get out of its own way in September, October, and with the injuries you did have, not just on the O-line, but at wide receiver, to win 5, you're almost like, well, okay. And the other part is, I mean, if you want to sit back and go, okay, well, whose fault was it the offensive line wasn't fortified, or whose fault that they didn't have their running back was going to be DeCarrion Joyner or a dude from Division II, or whatever the case. And I get it. You can also talk about roster building and development and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, what Shane Beamer's done in 3 years, I think, doesn't put him on a hot seat radar going in year 4 at all, to me.
Right.
I still feel the same way I felt coming out of year 3 or year 2, that this thing's on the right track. And like you said, it just kind of went out of order, is what it did. You had that year, instead of in year 1, you had it in year 3.
Yeah.
Now, again, year 4, you want to see forward momentum. You want to see a bowl game, obviously. You want to get back on that right path.
Sure.
But I think last year, again.
And I think when you look at the landscape of coaches across South Carolina athletics, they usually are given a pretty decent grace period when they first get hired, to be able to establish themselves. Again, Coach Kingston's been here for several years, and South Carolina struggled with not going to the postseason baseball for a while. And as you mentioned, Frank Martin hung around for a while, maybe a few years longer than he otherwise should have. Again, Lamont Paris very early on in his tenure, but again, with Coach Beamer, I think he has a pretty decent leash to be able to work with. And again, if he goes 0-12 this year, then yeah, we might have that conversation, but I don't see that happening. And again, I fully expect him to be around 20-25 no matter what.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't put him in the same bucket with Billy Napier.
No.
Not at all. I think unfortunately Uncle Sam's in that bucket.
And this is a conversation we can continue, but different expectations at South Carolina and Florida from the fan base.
So we'll continue this conversation. Also get to the Gamecocks that will be at the Combine. That's coming up, halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head. We're rolling up until 3 here on the game. Football, 1 o'clock hour here on the game with Terry Ford and Tyler Head. All right, we're busy. Next couple days. Tonight, Auburn, South Carolina on the Plains. Huge game in the SEC. Auburn a half game behind South Carolina and Alabama, who are tied for first place in the SEC. Auburn undefeated at home this year. South Carolina going in. Already got a huge road W earlier in Knoxville. 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip right here on the game in Columbia, 107.5, and also at 100.3 the game in Myrtle Beach. All right, we do football here in the 1 o'clock hour. And we're finish up this conversation we started where J.D. Piquel from On 3 was talking to Paul Feinbaum yesterday and talking about coaches who are either on a hot seat or winning is very important in 2024. Billy Napier was duh.
Mm-hmm.
And then Shane Beamer was also brought up, even though Piquel, to be fair, said Beamer has built up a lot of love in his first 3 years to where it's not the same level as Napier, but still he threw out Beamer. I'd have thrown out Sam Pittman at Arkansas ahead of Beamer. But let's go to Napier real quick. I mean, obviously, Billy's got to win.
Yes.
After these last 2 years, especially the way they cratered at the end of last year, old Sunbelt Billy's got to start pulling some W's. But, you know, the funny thing about it, and we're going to go to the point you were going to make, and then I'll let you make the point you're going to make because your point's right. When Napier first gets hired, all you hear out of Gainesville is this. Now, remember, cupboards are pretty bare here. And the guy before him didn't like Cruton. He said he'd Cruton the offseason. So it's not chock full of talent like usual here at Florida. How long did that patience last, Tyler?
Not very long.
So now all of a sudden the guy where the cupboards weren't really that full had a lot of hamburger helper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not the good macaroni and cheese, not the Velveeta, or like it's that generic box that just says mac and cheese on it.
It fills the spot on the plate that you needed to fill.
It might be a manwich, but no ground beef in the freezer, just the manwich,
Right.
the can.
Right.
All of a sudden, everybody here's had two good recruiting classes, even though he barely held on to that
Saved
last
one.
one.
At the last minute.
Man, he held on for dear life here in the last one. He got his quarterback of the future, but he's got to win this year because the expectation in Gainesville is college football playoff, competing for national championships, winning the SEC, like back in the days of the ball coach in Urban.
That's right.
How long has it been since Urban?
Urban left now, 15 or 14 years ago?
Urban's had two stops since Florida. One went well and one really didn't. So it's been a long time. And you played in 3 SEC championship games.
Mm-hmm.
Really weren't the favorite in any of them to really go on and get in a college football playoff. But you've also tumbled around a lot. You've been underachieving. You've been mediocre. You've been crazy, quick trigger to want to get rid of your coaches. And I've said this before. The two guys that have succeeded at Florida were two, and this is not a criticism, big personality, big ego guys.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that could stand the heat and the crazy and the wackos in that are Florida fans. And they basically looked at him and said, get out of my kitchen.
Yeah.
I don't think Billy Napier's got that personality. And if Napier doesn't win big, he's got to at least win 8 games.
Yeah, at least
8.
And Piquel brought up that bear of a November that we've talked about.
And their schedule is wow.
Yeah, that they might not win any games after the end of October.
He might not make it. He might not make it through the season.
It's very realistic that he might not. But you kind of mentioned, or we talked about Urban Meyer being gone almost 15 years now. But that mindset of, hey, we should be competing for national championships. We should be in the mix for college football playoff is ever present in their mind. In case in point, you mentioned those 3 SEC title games they went to back with Jim McElwain in his first 2 years in 15 and 16, and then in 2020 with Dan Mullen. Both of those coaches were fired less than a calendar year after going to those SEC championship games. Like if Shane Beamer took South Carolina to the SEC championship game this year, that buys him 5 years.
I was going to say, my man's here for a long time.
There's a lot of programs around the SEC and around the country that would be in the similar way. Like, hey, You bring us to that high of a level, you're going to be around here for a while. But Florida has such an instant gratification type of mindset. Even that's not good enough. And yeah, Dan Mullen was, probably not too smart with, only focusing on recruiting the offseason. So that success was certainly not going to be sustained. But the fact that they were so quick to be like, all right, I don't care what this guy did a year ago. Let's get him out of here. Let's get somebody else in. Let's get that Napier guy in. Now you're kind of seeing the results of that. And again, I do think every coach needs at least 3 seasons to prove what they're able to do. But you mentioned the personality aspect of it. When you look at Dan Mullen, when you look at Will Muschamp, even McElwain to a degree could get a little fiery. They at least were somewhat in the mold of what you saw from Spurrier, in the mold of what you saw from Meyer, from a personality aspect. Billy Napier's a complete 180. Right. He's in a complete other direction. We talk about him. The guy could put coffee to sleep with some of those pressers that he does. Like, he's a very different type of coach. I think that already rubbed some people the wrong way down there. And now you're not seeing the success that you want to see. 2 losing seasons. It's like, I think they're ready to get him out there sooner rather than later.
To be fair to Napier, again, he showed up in the talent level isn't what you used to. Remember, there was an issue. That team went from SEC championship game to cratering.
Yeah.
And under Mullen. So Napier, a lot of the things you watch Napier do, you go, wow, that's good. I mean, every player's got his own coach. The infrastructure Napier brought in. Look, Napier has worked under Dabo. He's worked under Saban. The guy he's got chops. It's just, you could be a successful head coach in a lot of places. In some places, you won't be the right fit. I love Napier as a coach. I think he could go to a lot of places in America and be successful. Florida's tough because they're the ultimate grass is always greener fan base. They just are. I mean, what Mullen said about recruiting, okay, well, the year before he went to the SEC championship game. Guy was really successful early in his career, then had a bad season, cool, wait to punt him. It's not the way to sustain success. Is always looking for a reason to fire people. Always looking for a reason to be mad and angry and upset and always ready to move on. Grass is always greener. Until you jump on that new set of grass and you're like, oh my God, this grass sucks. It's tough to sustain success that way. And the 2 guys that did it for you at Florida were dudes that, they didn't care about your noise. And also there was strong enough leadership above them as well. And this is the other problem, too, is you got to have strong leadership in the upper levels. You can't cave to big money boosters and crazy screaming fans on message boards. You just can't. If you got a guy that's successful, even if he says something dope, you're like, I'm only focused on recruiting in the offseason. That shouldn't be a fireable offense. Even if the team is having a rough season, this guy has brought you success. You should give him another year to make sure that was an aberration. I know that's not a popular thing to say because we all want to fire everybody, but that's typically what sane folks do. It's like, okay, you've had a really good run. You had a bad year. Let's kick this thing back into gear, see if we can get back on the right track next season. Now, if it can't get back on the right track and it's still going down the same path, then that's a move you make. But at Florida, it's always looking for reasons to fire people. Grass is always greener. We always find somebody better. I don't like this guy anymore. There's a guy like that in my neighborhood. He was married like 10 times. And no, he wasn't sustaining success. I'll leave it at that. And again, like I said, to me, Shane Beamer shouldn't be on any kind of list like that. Not at all. I'm looking more at Sam Pittman at Arkansas. Should be on there with Billy Napier. But Napier might not make it out of year 3. Again, I think you should give these guys 3 years. I always say that. Tyler and I agree on that all the time. You give a guy 3 years. Napier might not get 3 years. But then the grass is always greener crew will go, okay, let's go get the next guy that we're going to love at the press conference and hate by week 2. So, all right, we'll come back in here. Halftime show. Football brought to you by Atlantic Windows and Doors. We will hit the Firehouse sub text line at 803-404-6100 like we always do, get our text of the hour. And we'll snag a couple of notes from the world of football before we get out of here and get to the top of the hour. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, we roll till 3 with the halftime show on the game. Time to get our Firehouse Sub text of the hour here on the halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head, 803-404-6100. What do you got, man?
Rob weighing in. This goes back to the conversation you were having with Michael Felder about collectively bargaining with college athletes. He says they are not kids rude, old enough to fight for our country yet. They are kids who can't negotiate a deal. Come on now. And, I mean, we're on your side there. I think, we're just so new in this realm of NIL that the possibility of negotiating is only a recent thing. That, again, if you want to hammer out some solutions in the long term for college football, college sports in general, it's what you're going to have to do. But, you gotta pry the old guard away from the way they've been trying to do things for 100+ years.
No, and I think the texter, because Michael Felder was talking about they're teenagers, they're kids or whatever, and some of them just don't have interest in collectively bargaining or have the headspace to think about that kind of thing. But I said, look, there are pro athletes who feel the same way.
Sure.
That's why you have representation. And that's what I was saying. You need someone to represent you, go deal with all the things and negotiate for you and negotiate for your side. Then just like professional sports, you come back to the people you represent, which in this way will be the collegiate athlete, and you say, okay, here's what they're offering. Boom, 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 boom. This would be the deal. Vote yay or nay. And if you get the majority of yays, it's ratified. Again, you go find that notary, your Aunt Beth, get your Aunt Beth, the notary, to notarize it, and you're good to go. No one was saying, what Michael Felder was saying is, they're teenagers or they're 18, 19. Some of them, it's just not the thing to put them in a negotiating situation. That's why you go get a representative. That's what I said.
Sure.
Go get a representative for them.
Right.
You're not going to get every collegiate athlete in the world in the room. That's the thing I think people don't understand or don't get. When I say have the players involved, it's representation. Just like you'd have representation of the universities, representation of the TV networks, representation from the College Football Playoff Committee. All these people aren't going to be together because you couldn't fit them in the big house in Ann Arbor.
Right.
But you have representation from all of these parties that are going to sit down and come out with an agreement that everybody will go, okay. It'll then become a binding agreement that you have to change every 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm. That's
what we're talking about. But Texter, we're on your side with having them have a say. Absolutely. All right. Thanks for the text, 803-404-6100. A couple of notes real quick. It's almost funny to read out loud. Our boy George Kliakoff has been let go by the Pac-2.
Why? Did something happen?
I don't know.
Everything seemed to be going so well.
Yeah. George, what went sideways?
Does he still get weekends with the kids, or how's this work?
Yeah, well, they're still negotiating that. So George Kliakoff, the commissioner of what used to be the Pac-12, is now the Pac-2, don't even have that gig anymore, as the Pac-2 is going to move on and try to act like a conference, even though they're not. Mock draft, NFL mock draft, outfield Yates from ESPN. 5 quarterbacks in the first round. I mean, Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels has passed Drake May on a lot of mock draft boards. Mm-hmm. And we'll get into that later. We're not going to go through that whole rigmarole right now. But Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, the top 3. Chicago, Washington, New England. Then you drop down to Denver at 12. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback from Denver. Again, I've said this. There are people who love McCarthy's physical skills and some of the stuff he did playing for Michigan. But there are question marks, man. That offense did J.J. McCarthy no favors to show you what kind of pro quarterback he could be. And I'm going to say this. Jim Harbaugh is a very smart offensive mind and is good with quarterbacks like Andrew Luck, Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith. My question is, did Jim Harbaugh run that offense because there was things about J.J. McCarthy he didn't trust to open it up more? That I don't know.
Yeah, you can kind of see both sides of it.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, look at the record that J.J. McCarthy had. They didn't trail very often. And there were many games that, just running the ball with Blake Corum was all you really needed to do to be successful and to score a lot of points. So J.J. McCarthy never really got put in a position. We did see it in the Rose Bowl where he had to lead them on that drive, late in the game to eventually win the game, that when the ball was put in his hands and you need to make
Go down the field to tie the game.
Certainly do that. He just wasn't constantly put in that position to do that. So it could be one of those things that he just didn't have to flex that muscle when he was in college, and could be waiting to break off and show out in the NFL. Who knows?
There's people who like they're NFL scouts who think McCarthy's a first round pick. And the other quarterback, there's 5 quarterbacks in the first round of the mock draft. Number 5, Bo Nix, Oregon, going to Steelers at 20. Again, the legit question is Bo Nix a product of the Oregon offense? Can Bo Nix throw the ball down the field in level 2 and level 3 to where you have to be able to in the NFL? That's a question mark. And it was kind of all over the place during Senior Bowl week.
Yep.
So, but Bo Nix is the number 5 quarterback. 5 wide receivers in the first round of this draft. Xavier Legette was not one of them. I think Legette, again, could he go bottom of the first? Sure. I could see him going first half of the second as well.
Right.
But Legette's name is going to. I think by the end of round 2, Legette's off the board.
Yes.
But that's just a Field Yates mock draft. Last note: Steve Spagnuolo, defensive coordinator of the Kansas City Chiefs, gets a contract extension because he deserves it. And Spagnuolo is the ultimate, really good coordinator. It didn't work as a head coach. That's okay.
Yeah, and I think
that's okay.
I think he's one of those guys. He's probably not seeking any more head coaching opportunities. So I think he's very content being with the best team in the league and calling that defense.
And they're very content in having him.
Yep.
At this point. All right, there is football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. Again, awdsc.com. We'll come back. What's trending at 2 on the halftime show, sponsored by Traditions Fine Jewelry and Gamecock Traditions. That's next here on the game. Halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head here on the game as we roll till 3. Time to kick what's trending at 2. And that's sponsored by Traditions Fine Jewelry and Gamecock Traditions, 2 locations, Sand Hills and Lexington. So check them out. I mean, Gamecock gear, fine jewelry, Gamecock Traditions. All right. We're going to get to some Dawn sound and some sound also from Bruce Pearl for tonight's game. Again, 8:30 pregame, Auburn, South Carolina. 8:30 tip as a huge game in the SEC tonight with the Gamecocks and the Tigers. We're going to get to all that. But first, we were discussing a little while ago, Chris Holtmann was canned at Ohio State today, their men's basketball coach. And we brought up, again, Lamont Paris, the guy from Ohio, plays college basketball in the state of Ohio. Also was an assistant coach at Akron. Ohio State's in the Big Ten. Again, Lamont cut his teeth with Bo Ryan at Wisconsin. Last time I checked, also in the Big Ten. They didn't move Wisconsin out of the Big Ten, have they?
That's my knowledge. There has been a lot of realignment, just not that.
Things change all the time. And so we just said, again, Ohio State, if they start searching, you see a guy like Lamont Paris, National Coach of the Year, one of the lowest paid coaches in the SEC. Sometimes guys like that are a target. And if you're South Carolina and you believe Lamont Paris, what he's doing this year is sustainable, and this is what South Carolina basketball could be under Lamont Paris, you got to talk about upping the deal. Right. More money, more dough, extending a contract, and giving a guy a raise. Brad Crawford from 24/7 put up a post on Twitter X here just a little while ago. The On3 site, or the 24/7 site for Ohio State, put up a post, who's next? With Holtmann out, what coaches, and guess who's on that list?
Imagine that'd be Lamont Paris.
Yep, just saying. Look, no one's trying to scare you as a fan or say anything in a negative light. Look, it's a positive thing because Lamont Paris is doing so well, but other people will sniff around you when you're doing a great job, and they look and feel like, wow, we could pay you more than this guy's getting now.
Yeah, it's one of the things, don't be off guard when you hear, the actual speculation of, hey, they're talking to him or he's being, thought of as a candidate for this job and all that kind of stuff. We're only an hour and a half removed from Holtmann getting fired. So we're still very early on in the stages, but it's a very realistic possibility that they will at least have a conversation with him about this.
What we're saying is get used to this. When you've got a guy that has shocked the world, this is a surprise team in America, the South Carolina Gamecocks. His name could be on other lists before it's all said and done. So just want to get that out there. All right, speaking of tonight's game, our Twitter X poll at 107.5 The Game. Poll question of the day: what player has to have the biggest game for the Gamecocks to beat Auburn? It would put on here on the list Talon Cooper, Michi Johnson, Colin Murray Boyles, or other. Michi Johnson right now at 64% leads the way. Colin Murray Boyles at 33%. Talon Cooper at 18%. Other got 3%. We have a few comments. Absolutely need Michi to step up big tonight, hit some big shots. Another one, Michi is due. Jay Bird hits up with BJ Mack. And Mark pops in a Josh Gray because, again, Jahani Broom is a really good big for Auburn.
Yeah, so they have pretty good size. So a guy like Gray being one of the biggest guys on the team is probably going to be pretty important when it comes to defending down near the basket.
We've already got 157 votes on that, so we appreciate it very much. All right, speaking of tonight's game, Bruce Pearl talking to the media about this contest. Now, it's an interesting clash of tempo and style tonight. Auburn, if you look at adjusted tempo, 71st in the country. South Carolina is about 50,000th in the country in tempo.
350th, to be
One of the
exact.
slowest teams in America. South Carolina holds the ball almost an average of 20 seconds per possession, while Auburn is a lot faster.
Yep.
About 16 to 17 seconds per possession. Auburn wants to play fast. Auburn wants to speed South Carolina up. Auburn wants to win the game of tempo. Here's what Bruce Pearl said about trying to speed the game up. Cut 13, Tyler.
We'll try to speed them up when possible. You just got to understand what they like to do offensively and what's the best way to take those things away defensively and try to lock into a game plan. We don't play the same way defensively every night. We got to play hard every night, but we don't guard the same way every night. because we try to, we're a scouting report. We're a scouting report offense and defense based on how you guard us and what you like to do offensively. So I think being really mindful of the game plan and be mindful of the strategy and at the end of the day, too, understand South Carolina is very, very physical, so was Florida. And, we were probably more physical than Alabama was. And so the more physical team won last week.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina, yes, has become a very physical team this year under Lamont Paris. Defensively, they've grown every game and gotten better. And tonight, that's going to be the thing is, you got physicality of Auburn, physicality of South Carolina. Speeding a game up, one of the best ways to speed a game up is pull down rebounds and start a break. Also, pressing, forcing the other team to speed up what they do. So we'll see if Auburn... Remember, we saw... Was it Ole Miss? Or was it Tennessee? I think it was Ole Miss that ran that 1-2-2 press on South Carolina to speed them up. It was Ole Miss or Tennessee. I'm trying to remember which one. So all starts to run together. And South Carolina had no problems. Handled it flawlessly because they have three guards on the perimeter. If you put in Jacoby Wright with Cooper and Michi, you got three guards to handle the ball to get yourself out of trouble.
Right.
Well, Auburn tried to speed up South Carolina because the Tigers are very deep.
Sure.
Well, they try to press or pick you up full court.
Yeah.
Make you speed yourself up. I don't know. That's one way.
That is one way, and I think it's going to be important, just like those games against Kentucky and Tennessee, to get out to a good start tonight, because in both those games you got out to not like massive leads, but decent leads to start the game out. And then again, against a team like Tennessee, you never trailed in that, so you kind of got to dictate the pace of the game yourself because Tennessee was the one that was playing from behind. And again, when you talk about Auburn, how deep their bench is to where you're not going to be able to wear them down the same way you've worn down some other teams this season, I think having a lead and maintaining that lead is going to be the utmost importance to try and playing your style of basketball.
I think you make an excellent point. You don't want to start slow. You don't want to be down 10.
No, you can't.
That's the first TV timeout.
Because then this is a team from a tempo standpoint is not designed to score points very fast.
No, and if you get behind, then all of a sudden your goal of less possessions and kind of squeezing the game, now all of a sudden you're chasing.
Right.
And that really takes you out of your lane.
Right.
That's not what you want to do. And, another thing about Auburn, it's just very interesting stat. They're a really good offensive rebounding team. Matter of fact, top 40 in the country. But they're nothing special on the defensive glass.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, if you're good on the defensive glass, you can trigger your break. And you can push tempo. So that's very interesting. Now, again, South Carolina's got to look out for Auburn on their offensive glass, but South Carolina might have some opportunities as well with some putback stuff. So Auburn, very deep team. They're going to play a lot of people. And so that can help them maybe push the tempo as well because they're so deep in the front court and the back court. All right, here's Bruce Pearl also talking to the media yesterday on the challenges that South Carolina presents. Let's cut 11, Tyler.
It's going to be a real challenge because they've only lost 3 games. And there's obviously a reason for that. They have great inside-out play. They've got great guard play, physical guard play. I think Florida's guards are those 4 guards that Florida has are probably as good as any 4-guard combination in our league. But South Carolina is going to be one of those teams that you'd say, hey, between Cooper and Michi Johnson and just pretty good backcourt. And then, of course, the front court. They got a freshman who's going to be a pro. And BJ has been extremely effective for them as a real mismatch. He's a 270-pound scoring guard is what he really is.
What's going to be interesting tonight is going to be really Jahani Broome, who averages 16 and 9, 16 points, about almost 9 boards a game. Shoots at a high percentage at 55%, can hit a 3-2 at 34%, doesn't take a ton of them. Florida has 2 gigantic bigs, and they doubled Broome to get the ball out of his hands and force others with Auburn to beat them. South Carolina, according to Bruce Pearl, doesn't double that much. That's not their bag. So what are you going to do about Broome tonight? Auburn scores about 55% of their points in the paint and over 20% from the line. So they want to score in the paint and from the line.
Right.
They can make threes, they just don't take a ton of threes.
Right.
So that's going to be the interesting thing tonight. What are you going to do? Are you going to just you're going to see some more Josh Gray tonight? Or what are you going to do about B.J. Mack? How about Colin Murray-Boyles, who has shown himself to be a good defender? How are you going to deal with what Auburn wants to do, which is score inside on you?
Yep.
Whether it's Broome or, their guys going to the rack, whatever it is, Auburn scores a lot in the paint and at the line. So that's going to be an interesting chess match. And then for South Carolina, what are you going to do about Broome on the defensive end? Who's he going to guard? Colin Murray-Boyles is very active.
Sure.
Very active, athletic guy at 6'7". And what are you going to do about that? Matt can pull you out to the three-point line. If Matt can hit some threes, that would be huge for South Carolina,
Definitely.
like he did against Vanderbilt.
Right.
If he can start banging some threes, so it's going to be a fun game to watch tonight to see how the pieces get moved. But that's a very difficult place to win. Like we said in the opening riff of the show, some folks think it has now become the toughest place in America to win on the road.
Yeah, it's a smaller, intimate environment. Again, the crowd just kind of feels like they're on top of you the entire time, and they kind of stay, up and rowdy. And I don't know how much Valentine's Day is going to change that, if maybe they're a little bit more inebriated than usual by the time 8:30 rolls around.
Oh, stop. Nobody's drinking there.
Not at all.
No.
You ever been to Auburn, Alabama? Not a whole lot of things to do around there.
Yeah, probably. Well, got to go to the game in about 10 hours. Ain't got nothing else much to do.
I don't think they have a Top Golf out there.
We say we start drinking.
And we talk about this more with, more with football, but there's a weird voodoo out on the plains.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why teams that struggle when they come into Neville Arena
Telling you.
to even come within 10 points of
Look,
Auburn.
man, Pearl, say what you want about Pearl. He is a hell of a basketball coach.
Absolutely.
He really is. And, Auburn's well coached. They're deep. They have talent, front court and the back court. This is going to be tough. But like we said earlier, if South Carolina, we say this before every game, if they play their tempo and pace, if they stay in their lane and play their brand of basketball, they can walk out of there with a W.
Absolutely.
It's very simple. But it's going to be a battle tonight. You can hear it right here, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip, right here on the game in Columbia, and here at 107.5 and also 100.3 the game in Myrtle Beach. Come back, let's hear some Dawn Staley. What's trending at 2, sponsored by Traditions Fine Jewelry and also Gamecock Tradition. Dawn was on Carolina Calls last night. If you missed it, we'll rack you up some Dawn Staley talking about Camila Cardozo's status for Tennessee. That's next on the halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head here on the game. All right, what's trending at 2 here on the halftime show in the game, sponsored by Traditions Fine Jewelry and Gamecock Traditions. We're going to focus in now on the women. Last night, Dawn Staley on Carolina Calls with Brad Muller here on the game in Columbia at 107.5 and 100.3 the game in Myrtle Beach. All right, here's Dawn talking about Camila Cardoso and the possibility of Cardoso now returning after being off with the Brazilian Olympic team.
Camila's back. She just flew in. I think she got into Columbia around noon. She was at practice today, but she did not practice. So we're gonna see how she's feeling tomorrow to see if she can give us some minutes against Tennessee, they got a very big, tall, long basketball team.
So we'll see with Camila Cardoso what's going to happen. Again, South Carolina more than held their own without Cardoso in the lineup in the win over Missouri and the beatdown of UConn at CLA. Here's Dawn speaking of that production when Camila Cardoso was out. Here's Dawn speaking of her front court folks who stepped in when Cardoso was out.
I thought everybody prepared for those two games that Camila was going to be away from our team. They were ready. You can't just say, okay, she's going to be gone these 2 games and not do anything prior to that. Sanaya Fagan was prepping for that for probably about 5 or 6 weeks prior to even knowing that Camila was going to be leaving. But once she found out, she just upped the ante on her conditioning. Chloe's been great. Ash is playing incredibly. Sakima, they all are in a great position as we head into postseason play. So it's really refreshing to see those players step up and do a job for us and get us some wins. And we didn't skip a beat. We were just who we were, and we didn't have to change who we were. And that's a sign of a really good basketball team.
Yeah, with the depth that South Carolina has all over the court, in the front court, you just saw folks step up. You saw Watkins and Fagan, and Chloe Kitts got back from being sick, and obviously she was productive. So, Tennessee, the game is in Knoxville, and you can never talk about guaranteed wins anywhere. There are no guaranteed wins. Tennessee right now is sitting, I believe, 3rd in the SEC. Yep. Well, it's really tied for 2nd with LSU at 8-3. But they're 15-8 overall. They scuffled for a bit, non-conference. In-conference play, much better. They're coming off a win over Arkansas. They got South Carolina. Vanderbilt's been scuffling as well. LSU still for Tennessee, Texas A&M, and then coming back to South Carolina. So South Carolina has Tennessee twice.
Yep.
And they've been better than they were earlier in the year. This is a game South Carolina should win. They just should. Again, it's not guaranteed, but you're just better. Yeah. And now you're back at full strength.
And even if, and I get it, the jet lag and all that kind of stuff, not practicing Camila Cardoso, maybe limited if she does play at all tomorrow night. But even if she doesn't, as you saw in the past 2 games, it isn't one person necessarily stepping up, as Coach Staley talked about there. It is Watkins, it is Kitts, it is, Sanaya Fagan coming off the bench, kind of, taking that role that Camila Cardoso is leaving behind and having their own individual contributions, kind of making up that difference. And that's, the thing about, if you get into the NCAA tournament, and God forbid she gets injured, knock on wood, hope that doesn't happen, or she's in foul trouble and you're going to be without her for a few minutes, you feel confident that you still have a good amount of pieces on the floor that can still get the job done. And again, even if she doesn't play tomorrow night, I think they should be fine.
Yeah, and here's Dawn with her scouting report of the Tennessee Volunteers. Cut 10, Tyler.
Rakia is playing extremely well. I do think she's a lottery pick in WNBA draft. And then they're always long. They have big after big after big, and then they've added Jewel Spear to their guard play. She's a spot up shooter. They can knock down threes. They can defend. I just think that they're playing some of their best basketball now. And the SEC has a really funny way of making us play twice in the last three weeks of the season. I don't get that part of it, but we got to do what we have to do. We're going to take one game at a time. Tennessee's on deck. I feel like the way that we've been playing, if we can display those habits, I think we'll be all right. We've been pretty good on the road. We've been solid.
Yep.
We actually been playing a little bit better on the road. Yep, knock on wood. And it's less distractions on the road. So hopefully that trend will continue as we take our team down to Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, Rakea Jackson's averaging 18 and a half and 8 boards a game, couple of assists. Now, one thing Tennessee does is they turn the rock over a lot. They're averaging almost 16 turnovers a game. Right around their assist-turnover ratio is like even, about 16 assists, 16 turnovers. So Tennessee's a little loose with the rock at times. Again, South Carolina, if they play the way they typically play, this thing should be, I'm not going to say a big blowout, but you should get a W in Knoxville.
Yeah, you should be fine. She did mention they have some pretty good size in Jillian Hollingsted and Tamara Key. So that could present some interesting matchups. But again, we've seen South Carolina go toe-to-toe with everybody without any issues. And yes, Camila Cardoso is the best person from a size standpoint that you have. So you would have to maybe adjust your lineup a little bit if she's not able to go tomorrow night. But again, even if she isn't able to go, I think they should be fine. And as Coach Staley mentioned, the aspect of going on the road does make this maybe a little bit tougher. But again, I don't think there's going to be any issue tomorrow night.
Again, 6:30 pregame on our sister station to start everything off, ESPN 1320 WISW. We have Carolina Calls going on with Lamont Paris from 6 to 7. Then once Lamont is done with Carolina Calls along with Derek Scott, then we will pop the women's game on at 7 just in time for the tip. Then you'll hear in its entirety South Carolina versus Tennessee right here on 107.5 The Game in Columbia. A couple other notes in what's trending at 2. Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce was called up by his brother Jason on their podcast about bumping Andy Reid. Jason Kelce said to his brother, "You crossed the line." I think we can both agree on that. Travis Kelce goes, "Yeah, I did. I can't get that fired up to the point where I'm bumping coach and I'm getting him off balance and stuff." And that's why I love Jason Kelce. I like Travis Kelce, but I really dig Jason Kelce.
Jason is the quintessential older brother.
Oh, yeah.
Travis is the goofball younger brother, and Jason does his best to kind of keep him in line. But I think it's interesting that, and I do enjoy the podcast when I get to listen to it, because you have two guys who have two very different perspectives on their respective NFL careers. And I think that was good. Calling him out. I don't think that was necessarily called for. I understand Travis Kelce wanting to be in the game, and hey, he's one of your best players on offense. I'd put him in the game more often than not. But Andy Reid's been doing this for a long time. Very bright offensive mind. I think he had an idea of what he was trying to do, and obviously ended up winning at the end of the day. So it all ended up working out.
Well, look, I thought it's one of those situations when you win, it's nothing.
Sure.
Or like my kid would say, it's a nothing burger.
Right. But
if you lose, the Chiefs lost their composure. Kelce was out of control. You could tell the Chiefs emotionally and blah, 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 blah. Really, Kelce was yelling, and he got a little too close.
Right.
Andy Reid was focusing on the game.
Yeah.
Kind of caught Andy off balance. The thing looked a lot worse than it was. If you went on an NFL sideline and stood there, you know how many times people are yelling at each other on an NFL sideline?
You'd wonder how people communicate at all.
I mean, there's coaches yelling at coaches sometimes on the microphones and the headsets. Players and position coaches, sometimes coordinators if they're on the sideline, and players. Every now and then a head coach and a player. Now, if you see it every week with a team, wait a minute.
Issue.
But occasionally, look, these dudes are, first of all, it's a collision sport played with high emotion and high intensity at full speed. Dudes get geeked. Sometimes coaches get geeked.
Right.
And these things happen. But trust me, if Kansas City would have lost, this would have been a huge thing.
For sure.
But because the Chiefs lost, it wasn't a huge thing. Like, with Kyle Shanahan and the overtime stuff. If San Francisco kicks a field goal and they stop Kansas City, or if San Francisco kicks a field goal, Kansas City kicks a field goal, San Francisco goes down and scores, everybody's going, wow, that Kyle Shanahan, he was really thinking outside the box, wanting to get that ball the third time.
Right.
But because it didn't work, Kyle Shanahan looks like, did you know the overtime rules, Kyle? Some of the players didn't, so that makes them look unprepared. This became a gigantic thing because you lose.
Right.
That's the deal. This Kelce thing is nothing because the Chiefs won. But it is good that Jason called him out. Come on, Bob. I mean, you crossed the line. You can't bump your coach, you wacko. So I'm surprised we didn't see Jason Kelsey run on the field with his shirt off.
Not yet.
I loved him in the suite, drinking with the shirt off.
Did you see when they were leaving Las Vegas? He had on the Lebowski sweater.
No, did he?
Yeah, and he just looked so hungover.
Let me tell you what. I love me some Big Lebowski.
I'm the dude.
The dude. All right, we'll get back in here. Today is Valentine's Day, February 14th. I believe it's the greatest day in the history of the world. We'll talk about that next. Brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. It's the halftime show. Terry Ford, Tyler Head here on The Game. All righty, it's time to check out the greatest day in the history of the world, brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. And today, the greatest day in the history of the world is Valentine's Day, February 14th. You handle this Valentine's situation?
Yeah, I have some things lined up for the evening, so she's might be listening, so I can't reveal those quite yet.
All surprises?
Some
Very nice.
surprises, yeah.
Very nice. I made sure my girlfriend got her Taco Bell gift card.
And there you
good to go.
And I can tell you this tomorrow. I even maybe use some of our advertisers on the station here to work into my
Look at
Valentine's
you.
Day
So tomorrow
plans.
you will tell us about this big grand plan you had and how well it went.
As hopefully it goes well, and I can tell you about it.
Well, you've been married under a year, right?
Yeah, well, this first year as a married couple.
I think you'll handle it well your first year. You'll screw it up later, but I think you'll be all right.
I got to build equity first.
Well, it's funny. One of our account executives came to me and said about Valentine's Day. We were kidding about it, and he's like, "Yeah, my wife's not feeling real well." She said, "Don't worry about anything because I don't feel good." So you can just skip it. You know what that is, right?
That's a dangerous setup.
You know what that is? That, my friend's, a trap.
That's right.
That is a trap.
Oh, I don't want anything. All right, I didn't get you anything.
What?
Why not?
You said you didn't want anything, but I didn't mean it. Don't you know me well enough by now? I thought you. Oh my God! I thought I knew you. Maybe I don't knew you.
When she says she doesn't want anything, that just makes your job harder because now you have no point of reference. At least when she says, "Well, I like this thing," or "I was thinking about this," you're like, "Okay, starting point." When she says, "I don't want anything," or "I don't need anything," you're like, "Crap! Now I got to figure it out myself."
But when you do and you show up, how good do you look when they said I didn't want anything, but you brought them something anyway?
And that's the thing is when they say they don't want anything, the bar to clear is very low.
Right.
Anything is going to work.
Sure, because you went out of your way to get them something when they didn't want anything because they didn't feel good.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. No. He knew it was trap.
Oh yeah.
That's absolutely a trap. Absolutely. So he'll be okay. He'll be all right.
We hope.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, geez. This day, it is the greatest day in the history of the world, February 14th. On this day, 1966, some dude named Wilt Chamberlain scores 41 points to become the NBA's all-time scoring leader, going 20,880 career points, passing a guy who was a fantastic player that none of us saw because it was before we were all alive and before cable, a guy named Bob Pettit. On this day, also 1975, since we're talking about hoop, Julius Erving scored 63 points. You ready for this? Now, again, this is ABA.
Yep.
Julius Erving of the New York Nets scored 63 points in an overtime loss to the San Diego Conquistadors.
Okay.
The final score of this game, 176 in quadruple overtime.
My goodness. Well, man, I wonder what regulation score was.
I don't know. Wow. How about that? Another one. Wayne Gretzky, greatest offensive player in the history of the NHL.
I feel like we have something for Wayne Gretzky every day.
I swear. Ready? All he did on this day in 1986, dish out 7 assists.
That's it.
In a hockey game. 7 assists in a hockey game.
You know, it's really funny about Wayne Gretzky. He set so many records in NHL. You almost get him the benefit of the doubt. If you say, hey, who holds this certain record in hockey? There's a good chance it's Wayne Gretzky.
It's ridiculous. All right, and in this game, ready? So the Oilers beat the Quebec Nordiques 8-2. Guess how many goals Gretzky scored in this game?
8-2. 6.
No goals. 7 assists, no goals.
My goodness.
Didn't score a goal for a career high 9th straight game, but tied the assist record with 7. You know who had that record? They tied?
Himself.
Wayne Gretzky. I'm gonna throw you a bone because you're such a NASCAR gearhead.
Sure.
This day in 1988, you know what happened?
Daytona 500.
Yeah, but what happened this day in 1988?
Bobby Allison won the Daytona 500.
Do you know who was in second?
1988. Was that his son, Davey?
You are vile. I'm gonna tell you what. You are like Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man with your NASCAR.
I am.
1988, Bobby Allison outduels his. Do you know how old Davey was?
Oh God, 1988. Let's see. Well, hold on. So Davey died in 1993. Want to say he was 32.
Oh, we finally got you.
Time
26.
26. Okay.
Finally got you.
Okay.
Took 20 questions.
Well, no. I was backtracking because in 93 I think he was 32. So 5 years earlier.
So
okay, I would have been off by a year.
You'd been off by a year.
Yeah.
26-year-old Davey Allison finished second to his dad, Bobby. as Bobby wins the Daytona 500. And Davey finishes second. And again, not to go too deep down the rabbit hole, because you know better than I.
Yeah.
But the loss of Davey Allison was a huge loss to the NASCAR community.
Absolutely. The Allison family's endured a lot of tragedy. 2 years before, his other son Clifford died in a practice accident at Michigan, and then Davey dies in the helicopter crash. So that's a family that's gone through a lot.
Absolutely. So that day in 1980, I thought you'd enjoy that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought you'd like that one. All right. Do I have any more in here I want to throw out? Oh, yeah. Another hockey one, 1990, Mario Lemieux. Another one of the greatest offensive players in the history of hockey. His 46-game scoring streak was snapped, second longest in NHL history. Probably owns that record is probably Wayne Gretzky.
I would say it's a safe bet. He gets the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, jeez. All right, and one last one to throw out. In this day in 2005, Savannah State finishes 0 for the season, becoming the second NCAA Division I school in a half century to go through an entire season without a win, losing to Florida A&M 49-44. Savannah State finishes 0-28.
Tough one for the Tigers.
Yeah, buddy. So there you go. Greatest day in the history of the world. Sponsored by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Before we get out of here, one last thing about what's trending at 2. Again, NBA, we don't talk a ton of NBA, but it came out that the Golden State Warriors at the trading deadline made a phone call to the LA Lakers saying, "Say, you guys interested in trading LeBron?" And Jeannie Buss, the owner, was like, "No, but here's what we'll do. We'll talk to LeBron and see if he's open to wanting to be traded."
Sure.
It was a smart move because now you can see the temperature of LeBron James.
Right.
Who, look, I get it. He's 89 years old, but he's still playing at a stupid high level.
Right.
And so they went to LeBron. LeBron said wasn't interested. He wants to stay a Laker. So, Golden State kicked the tires. The other team that inquired at the trade deadline was the 76ers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you put LeBron with, Steph Curry. That would have been fun. You put LeBron with Joel Embiid once he gets healthy. That would have been interesting. But right now, LeBron wants to remain a Laker. There's a lot of talk that he's frustrated with what's going on in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an option. He's only going to make $51 million next year if he kicks the option.
That's it.
It's not he'd be working at the mall part-time. He might decline it, and he could end up in Golden State. He could end up he could end up in Philly. He could end up in a lot of different places.
Sure.
So, but it was interesting that came out today that Golden State reached out to L.A. to see if the Lakers wanted to deal LeBron. And LeBron said, "No, I want to stay." He didn't stay forever. He said for the rest of the year.
And there is also the caveat that his son's also playing college basketball in the same town, and maybe he wants to stay a little bit closer to that.
But the problem is the Lakers draft pick.
That is also very true.
Mm-hmm.
And now when Bronny is ready to come to the league, whenever that is, that'll be an interesting conversation to see where LeBron ends up, because he's been very adamant that he wants to play with his son.
Well, look, to be fair, right now, and things can change. Right now, if you watch the young Bronny, you're not going, woo, no doubt first-round pick.
You're not, but the name will get him drafted.
And remember, he had a health issue coming into the year.
He did, but somebody will, for the opportunity to pull LeBron,
I was getting ready to say,
hey, we'll draft your son.
The only reason that kid might get drafted in the first round by somebody is because you get LeBron James.
That's right.
Even at 39, this dude is playing at a high level.
That's right.
Even at 39.
Puts butts in seats.
All right. Lots of them. All right. So that's what's trending at 2. That also finishes up what's trending at 2. And also that is our greatest day in the history of the world, sponsored by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. We will come back. Our Firehouse subtext of the hour is next at 803-404-6100. And also we might yip a bit with Jay Phillips before the postgame show. All that's next. Halftime show, Terry Ford, Tyler Head. One more segment here on the game. All right, before we get to our Firehouse sub text the hour at 803-446-100, Jay Phillips is now hanging out with us. Tyler Head, Terry Ford, the halftime show. All right, couple cool little contests we're going to be starting. Coming up really soon, we're going to give you a chance to win Carolina Clemson tickets March 1st at Founders, so get ready for that. Number 2, remember our Lawyer Lisa special teams contest?
I remember
that
it
became a crazy mad thing in the Midlands.
I remember the reaction when it finally, when somebody finally won it.
Would you have people in the press box coming up to you and talking about the Lawyer Lisa contest?
Didn't somebody win $1,000?
Yeah,
they got
like
week 10
special team contest. Vanderbilt, they scored the special teams touchdown.
Game of the year, so yeah.
Well, Palmetto Citizens is going to sponsor the Grand Slam contest. Money's going to go in every game until and it'll build up until a Gamecock player hits a home run.
A Grand Slam.
A Grand Slam, I should say.
Hey, don't say home run.
Don't say home run.
They're going to hit a lot of home runs.
But a Grand Slam will get you paid, and it's from our friends at Palmetto Citizens. Yeah. So those two contests are coming up. Yes.
They're going to hit a lot of
many home runs with this lineup.
Yes.
All right, real quick. I didn't get this, and that's on me. We got in 5 different directions. If you don't know.
Can we boo you?
Feel free. I'll be the first time.
All right.
It happens every time I walk in the house. The Gamecocks at the Combine, to the shock of no one, Spencer Rattler, Xavier Legette, tight end Trey Knox, corner Marcellus Dahl, and this one's interesting, offensive lineman Nick Gargiulo.
Yeah. If you were listening to yesterday's postgame show, you would have heard us discuss the fact that I think Nick Gargiulo has a chance, not necessarily to get drafted, but to catch on. He's versatile, he's big, he's smart, he's savvy.
He was good in pass protection too.
I think there could be a place for a guy like that because I don't know if y'all know this or not, but offensive linemen tend to get hurt, and you need to have healthy ones replace them.
Well, there was no injury issues on offensive line here.
Well, not here, but sometimes.
Well, you know what? The other thing too is the NFL they're dying for offensive linemen who especially can come in and. Because remember, one of the biggest complaints now about the way college football is played is offensive linemen aren't as prepared to go and ply their trade. And edge pass rushers are so good today.
Yeah.
If only there was a minor league.
Somewhere you could develop an offensive lineman.
What a novel concept.
Great idea.
I can't believe it.
Regardless, he's probably going to be up there with scores on the Wonderlic test.
Oh, his Wonderlic will crush it.
There's a lot of GMs that like that. I mean, you have, especially if you are a guy that would probably fill a role he could fill where you are going to be a sub, where you are going to probably be on a practice squad and have to come right in, know the offense, know what the guy next to you is doing.
Well, think about it for a minute. He can play center, both guard positions. Right. Obviously not tackle, but he can play 3 different positions on your offensive line. High football IQ guy, very smart. A guy like that is quite helpful in an NFL roster.
I don't believe he'll be drafted, but I don't know. I'm not the expert. I don't know. But I could certainly see him catching on and having a real opportunity.
I could see him hang out for an X amount of years as a swing offensive lineman. Yeah. Hey, maybe become a long snapper.
Hey.
Make some dough doing that, man. Firehouse sub text the hour, 803-446-100. What do you got, man?
Yeah, so Jeff weighs in and says, at this point, I would be angry if people weren't coming after Coach Paris after the season he has had. We're going to have to pony up some bucks.
What I miss?
Ohio State fired Chris Holtman. And already the Buckeye guy for 24/7 came out with his list. And we started talking about this before the list.
Right.
Just saying, Lamont from Ohio, coached in Ohio, played in Ohio.
Yeah.
Last time we checked, Ohio State's in the Big Ten. You never know anymore, but...
No, I do know that. They are.
You sure?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
And Lamont cut his bones, obviously, in the Big Ten with Bo Ryan.
And Ohio State's in Ohio.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Because sometimes they move these things. So we just kind of brought up saying, this is the kind of thing when you have the National Coach of the Year, most likely, who has had the Cinderella team in America, other programs will come after this guy, especially if he's one of the lowest paid guys in the conference. Well, the 24/7 guy for Ohio State came out with his list. Number 1 on the list is Buzz Williams in Texas A&M. Guess who's number 2 on the list?
Lamont
Paris.
Yeah. I don't think Buzz is leaving.
Well, the one school that can pay more than A&M or pay A&M and show me the money if they're interested would be Ohio State. And guess who the AD is going to be at Ohio State?
Yeah, Ross Bjork hired Buzz. That's fair.
So that's the thing with Buzz.
Right.
But Lamont's 2 on the list.
This will be an interesting few days. And this is the kind of thing Well, we're going to talk about it a lot. I know we're about to run out of time here, but this it's interesting.
Well, we just said we're not trying to scare anybody or make anybody mad. We're just saying get used to this because when you got a guy
it's real.
that had this kind of a season,
It's real.
teams are going to come after him.
Yeah.
Especially if they see how much is he making? Oh, here's how much we can offer.
Well, South Carolina can certainly afford to give him a raise, but I told Elijah, to your point about not trying to scare anybody, this goes back to a conversation a few years ago we were having on the show before you got here, Terry. We were talking about some things with how it wasn't going well under Will. Mm-hmm. And we had someone call in and go, well, if I was a recruit and I heard what you guys were saying, I wouldn't play there. And I was like, hey, we're not making this up.
Right. And ready.
Like this, I mean, these things are happening.
Yeah,
I'm just giving you what is, not what, I mean, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. He's like, but guess what? They don't listen to this kind of.
Well, all the Ohio State fans want Jay Wright, but I got news for them. Jay Wright ain't walking through the door.
Everybody wants Jay Wright.
Yeah, Jay Wright's happy making about the same money without doing anything other than showing up on Saturday in a nice suit.
Well, I don't blame him. All right, Jay's next postgame show with Elijah. Tyler, fine job, my friend. We'll come do the halftime show again tomorrow at noon on the game.
3 o'clock on a Valentine's Wednesday. I'd say love is in the air, but all of a sudden around Gamecock Basketball Nation, angst is in the air. It's a weird afternoon all of a sudden. But happy Valentine's Day to those of you who celebrate and love love.
Love and angst are sometimes synonymous.
Amen,
Jay.
brother.
If you know, you know.
I feel like somebody's probably written a song about that. Or maybe like, 10,000 songs about that. I feel like a lot of songs are about wayward love.
This conflicting emotion that love can be.
Seems like a real theme. I hope somebody knows that my dry as the Sahara sense of humor is trying to come out right now. I hope.
A for effort. Oh.
Thanks. Love is I get it. Is there a subject in music that is bigger than love? In whatever form love may take.
No.
I don't think so. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day, again, to all who are celebrating. And if you're not today, then I am pulling for you that by this time next year, you are. How's that?
You can always celebrate Bobby Valentine's Day, which means get kicked out of whatever establishment you're at and then come back in with a false mustache
Put on a false mustache and some cool glasses. If you have not yet heard, and if you were listening to the end of the halftime show, then by now you probably do, but Chris Holtmann, why are we starting with this today, you may ask? Chris Holtmann was, as of this morning, the basketball coach at Ohio State.
Not anymore.
He's been fired. The last couple of years have really gone south. After Chris had led them to 4 NCAA tournaments, they were going to the tournament when COVID hit. So he had a solid program at a school that, while you may only associate Ohio State University with football greatness, their basketball program is solid. It's a very, very strong program. It is, Thad Matta, a few years back, played for the national title. They've been to some Final Fours. They expect to be competitive. They'd like to win a national title. They may not have the basketball rep that a couple of other Big Ten schools do, but they spend a lot of money, and they're good. It's a really good program, but it's hit a wall, and they've made a change. And the reason I say there's some angst in the air for Carolina fans today is because Lamont Paris is going to be one of the top candidates for that job for many reasons, not the least of which the fact is that he is an Ohio native. And played his college ball in Ohio. And he's coached for many years, as all of you know, in the Big Ten at Wisconsin. And he's also now proving that he can do a really good job in a relatively short amount of time. In year 3, he took a Chattanooga program to the NCAA. Year 5? Year 5, okay.
But only had one losing season.
Yeah, I was going to say, by year 3, he'd gotten it turned around. Like, yeah, my bad. I didn't feel like he was there that long. But... obviously here, and I don't know what this year holds yet for South Carolina men's basketball. We don't know. There are 7 really difficult games left in the regular season, plus the SEC tournament, including tonight. So this is out there. There's no other way to put it. And as I was joking with Terry, I don't want you to be that person. I never come on the air and tell anyone how to feel. But don't think that, well, if y'all weren't talking about it, that it wouldn't be as much of a thing. It's being talked about everywhere, all right? Jeff Goodman, one of the top 10, let's say, national college basketball reporters and analysts, has already thrown it out there. Others will follow suit if they haven't already. I retweeted Jeff's. That's the only one I've seen. I don't know if Rothstein or Seth or any of these guys. We're going to have Myron Metcalf on in just a little while from ESPN. He's a national guy. Others may follow suit. But make no mistake, Lamont Paris is going to be on a short list of potential head coaching candidates for the Ohio State job. And I just gave you most of the reasons why. Now, does that mean he's leaving? Absolutely not. Those of you who listen to us routinely know that this time last week, probably right around now, give or take, last Wednesday, Elijah and I had Ray Tanner on this program. And we asked him point blank, after we got into how well the team was playing, we asked him point blank, have you had a conversation yet about extending Lamont Paris? And Ray said, if you don't mind, I'd rather not answer that question right now. Because, again, the question was, have you? And so, me being me and doing my job, I said, okay.
Big J journalism.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Hard-hitting stuff, man. Me and Mike Wallace like that. Do people even know who Mike Wallace is anymore? Who's today's Mike Wallace?
Mike Wallace was a wide receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, not him.
At time.
No.
Played at Ole Miss, too, SEC guy.
Yeah, no, not him. Not him.
There's another?
There is. Anyway, so I immediately followed up with, okay, do you plan to have these conversations in the very near future? And then Coach Tanner gave us what I thought was a good answer, while not saying yes, said, well, you've seen what we've done for Coach Staley, and we would very much like Coach Paris to be here for a long time. Now, what has he done for Coach Staley? He and the athletics department and this university have clearly given her every necessary resource to have become the best women's program in America. She has overtaken Connecticut. You got perfect evidence of that in an on-court display on Sunday. They have Tennessee tomorrow night, who used to carry the flag as the standard bearer of women's basketball. And yes, you're going to lose from time to time. They went to LSU and won. They beat LSU last year. They lost to Caitlin Clark in Iowa in the Final Four, but they made another Final Four. But there really is no real debate as we speak about what program is the best program in America. And it's being done at the University of South Carolina. Now, can you replicate that in men's basketball? It's a lot harder, I grant you. But do you have the resources available to, A, first and foremost, probably now more than double the pay of your head coach, and also enhance in a very nice way his assistants? Yes, you do. Do you have local talent that you can build a base with? Yes, you do. Are you now in a social media age, an NIL age, able to get your branding out there? Yes, you are. It will take a lot to become the best program in America, and I don't know that that's a realistic goal within the next several decades even. But can you begin to compete at a higher level? Eddie Fogler won the SEC and was a 2 seed and a 3 seed. So the answer again, yes, you can. Frank Martin went to a Final Four. Yes, you can. But it will take a lot more than what you're currently doing. I have every reason to believe they will make that attempt. But that question, Elijah, as you well know, has already come up from some of our listeners before this announcement today that Ohio State was parting ways with Chris Holtmann. So I have no idea where it goes next. There will be other candidates that you may think are more viable.
I mean, in that tweet you alluded to, Jeff Goodman did put Sean Miller's name and Lamont Paris, and
right. You
might be thinking, oh, well, didn't Sean Miller have his phone wiretapped by the FBI because he was offering DeAndre Ayton over, $175,000 to come to his school and represent Nike when he went to the NBA? The answer is yes. But you know who has a job right now at McNeese State? Will Wade.
Right.
That's ancient history now. We're in an NIL era. And you know what Sean Miller did last year, Xavier? A really damn good job coaching that basketball team. They're not very good this year, but he has shown that he is a very good ball coach. This would be a raise. He's already inside the state.
Yep.
So there are other good candidates, too. We're not just saying the only one Ohio State's going to look at is Lamont Paris, but I feel pretty good about the likelihood of them having him to the top of the list. But there's some other names, too.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, look, Shaka Smart's at Marquette doing a nice job. But could he do it at Ohio State? I think so. Nate Oates is doing a great job at Alabama. Where's the ceiling for what Alabama will do if Ohio State came calling? The one that I see a lot of Ohio State fans saying, and I agree, I sent you a tweet It was pretty funny, and it was like, this is what Ross Bjork should do for Jay Wright, and it was a guy filling out a blank check.
Yes.
But Jay Wright's not doing it. I from everything I've read about Jay Wright, and again, this is not in the last 2 hours or whatever since this announcement came out. Jay Wright and his wife and family are happy. Jay Wright did a hell of a job at Villanova. Jay Wright won 2 national championships coming out of the Big East. He made a lot of money. CBS is paying him a lot of money.
He's doing a really good job.
He's
CBS
good
too.
on television. He's good,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, he's a lot of what television is, in my opinion. So I just, unless he really, really, really just wants to coach at a highly competitive level again, and he may, I don't see Jay Wright coaching anyone, not just Ohio State. I don't see him coaching anyone. Thad Matta, who used to coach Ohio State, we already mentioned him. You know, he's back at Butler, where he had been before he coached Ohio State.
Also doing a really good job.
And he's doing a nice job. I just don't know if that's, you know, a second marriage kind of a thing. Maybe. Lamont makes a lot of sense. He does. So do other coaches. So, like Terry said, this isn't being said, you know, we're not giving you this to scare anybody. But you do need to accept the fact that this may be a real conversation for a while. What I don't want to see is a situation, and I'll compare them because I think they are analogous. I don't want to see a situation like what happened at Ole Miss football a couple of years ago when Ole Miss was rolling along nicely, and then Auburn fired Harsin, and Cadillac took over for a little bit. But the whole notion was, oh, Lane's coming. And Ole Miss kind of went in the tank because the players thought he was going to bail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how close it ever got for Lane to Auburn. It certainly made sense. We had seen Tommy Tuberville a generation ago leave Ole Miss for Auburn. Auburn is a better job. It is. You know, you don't want that. You don't want those kinds of things creeping in between the ears of college kids. You really don't want it creeping into the ear, in between the ears of professional players either, but they'll handle it a little bit differently. But college kids, I'm not saying they're more fragile, but this might be the first time in their life that something like this is happening. And like, man, we're sitting here doing something good. Like, coach is going to leave. Like, well, no, you don't know that.
Mm-mm.
But you also realize, whether you're a player or a fan, your guy is doing nice things.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and this is a good problem to have. I mean, I know the tone of the conversation is kind of like, be prepared that his name's going to be floated out there because it is, and because he's doing that great of a job.
Right.
We're talking about either Lamont Paris or Danny Hurley being the National Coach of the Year.
Right.
And I know a lot of people that vote for the award that are going to be picking Lamont Paris. There's a really good chance that he is the National Coach of the Year. This is what comes with that territory. If you're not an established powerhouse, you know, that always is going to be brought up. And this is where his stock and his star is really the highest with this single turnaround from last year to this year. If there's anything that should make you feel good about these players being able to handle what would we consider a distraction, I think the ranking's a bit of a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that there's a whole lot of talk, especially online, on the stupid Bird app or whatever social media platform you like to frequent, about they're getting jobbed because they're not ranked. That is a non-basketball factor that can take a focus away from a team. The thing about this team that you should feel good about if you're a Gamecock fan is that they're older. I think they're more mature than a lot of teams in college basketball, and they've already dealt with something that isn't 100%, I guess, in their control.
We'll stay with this. We'll also start getting you ready for tonight's big matchup at Auburn. And again, in about 15 minutes or so, Myron Metcalf, college basketball reporter and analyst for ESPN, going to join us. You're listening to the Wednesday Postgame Show. 20 minutes after 3 o'clock. Yeah. 3 o'clock.
I love the lack of confidence you had.
Every once in a while, I'll have to look down because our main system clocks are on 24-hour time, and every once in a while, I have to make sure it's 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock.
Or as if we don't have like 3 or 4 other clocks in here too that aren't.
Oh, there's a clock that says 3.
That one
says 3:20, and this one says 3:20.
Yeah, see, there you
But
go.
this one says now it says 15:21. But that's the one that's right in my eye shot, man.
The military time one.
Yeah.
Which I've never been one to use like military time on my phone, or I know some people that do, and I'm like, nope, can't do that. That requires me to do math.
I know what it is usually.
Spot.
I just sometimes have to stop and process, especially as I get older.
Takes me too long to do that. Yeah. We're working smarter, not harder.
Something like that. Quick shout out to Cale Wilson hanging out with us here in the studio today. He's a journalism student down at Carolina, like somebody in this room used to be. But then somebody in this room got out of journalism school and went into political science while still doing some things in broadcasting.
And then using your Big J journalism skills to
try and press athletics directors for basketball coach salary questions.
That's right. That's what your degree is going to get you. That's going to get that right there. That's what it's going to earn.
So, yeah, learn the hard way, Cale. But we're glad he's here.
That's right.
I've known his family for a long time. So
I'm sorry for him.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's probably.
Apologies in advance.
You know, what are you going to do, man?
I don't know you, but I pity you.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't make him come in. He just asked. I was like, sure, why not?
Exactly, because they don't know what they're getting into.
Right.
It sounds like a good idea at first, and then it's like, oh, I got to sit in the studio with Jay Phillips.
Then he's going to go back and talk to his mom and be like, oh, my God.
He's like, you know what? I think I'm going to be an accountant now.
Yeah. So there's that.
Maybe I think that bad after all.
We're glad Cale's here. He was just going to go over what he does. He's doing all right. He's got an Instagram thing that's got like 20-something thousand people on it, man.
Woo. I don't even know that many people.
Well, I don't know that many people, but I know of that many people.
Maybe.
Gamecocks at Auburn tonight. Again, Myron Medcalf, ESPN, going to join us in a little bit. We'll get his take on really kind of both of these stories now. And once again, if you're just tuning in today, have not been around any sports news, it's weird to say, why are they talking about the firing of the Ohio State men's basketball coach, Chris Holtmann? It's because already Lamont Paris's name is surfacing as a potential replacement at Ohio State. How serious is it? I have no idea.
He'll be a name of interest.
But he is, absolutely.
I feel really confident about saying that he will be a name of interest.
In the meantime, and maybe this kind of goes into it, let's go to Coach Paris's cuts that we have here, Elijah. Number 4 on the list, especially with where things are. This kind of is what Elijah alluded to a little bit ago about where Carolina's ranked. With those expectations come a little more pressure. Here's Lamont on managing those things.
I think we've all had a plan of what we wanted to do and what our own expectations were. Obviously, in November, no one's expectations met our expectations, but our expectations have always been high, not necessarily from a wins and loss perspective, but just for how we would approach the game, how we would play with one another, and what that would look like as a basketball team. And so when you have such a high expectation of yourselves that way, I think that you can minimize the amount of pressure that's on you. So I think they've handled it great. We have such a high energy and positive minded group that I think they're just enjoying themselves and having fun and relishing the number of days that we'll still get to practice. Probably got maybe 20 more practices left with this group. So I think they're really just diving into enjoying the time that we have with each other.
That's obviously all the right answers that a coach is going to give. What is in between any individual's ears? I've used that term once already today. It's hard to know. I do think that this team, I keep coming back to the teaching moment of the second half in Tuscaloosa, where the first half you did everything you were supposed to do, and the second half you did none of it. And Lamont the next day, or in postgame, said, boy, that was just not a garden variety loss. We totally went away from everything that makes us who we are. And you then began to apply those things, especially to the environment in Knoxville, where you were in control virtually all night. I mean, there was that one stretch in the first half, right, where Tennessee retook the lead. Beyond that, the Gamecocks were, and even then, I wouldn't necessarily say that South Carolina lost control. Basketball's a game of runs, and Tennessee went on one.
They just followed it up with one of their own.
Yeah. So, you were in total control that night. How do you apply that to tonight? What have you learned about yourself? I think, and I kind of feel, Elijah, I really do, and basically because anything you've already done truly is history. This is the biggest test of the year now, even if Tennessee was 5th in the country to Auburn's 13th. Because you, South Carolina, I don't think you caught Tennessee by surprise. And I also think there were some things Tennessee didn't do well that if they were sharper, maybe it's a different outcome. That's neither here nor there. I think Auburn will be sharp tonight for multiple reasons. Number one is they just got their butt kicked. And Bruce probably has been laying into them for a couple days because they look like crap at Florida for most of the day.
They got embarrassed at Florida.
Secondly, you're in Auburn's gym, and that's hard. So, and again, you're now taking no one by surprise. And for what it's worth, you're ranked ahead of Auburn, if that matters. Again, I say for what it's worth.
Yeah, well, that definitely fuels the you're not taking anybody by surprise element of this game, too. And here's the other thing. Auburn's now a loss behind you. They need to pick that up if they want to win the SEC regular season because, yes, while now that South Carolina on Valentine's Day is in the top 3 of the SEC standings, Auburn has been up there the entire time, basically. They started off hot. They had a couple losses, but they've expected to be around there, and their main goal from the beginning of the year is to just win this whole thing in the SEC. They've always had, the team to do it. They haven't had that surprise element. They need this win tonight to pick that game back up because they have, true aspirations of winning this conference. There are conference implications here for Auburn as well. If they drop one at home and don't hold serve for a lot of their remaining home games, this could almost eliminate them from it because they still, they got Kentucky at home. They still have to go at Georgia and Tennessee, and at Tennessee is not going to be an easy game. Yes, they have a game against Missouri, but then they also get to have Mississippi State at home, who did beat them in Starkville. So they have a decent schedule the rest of the way, too. They can't afford to drop a home game in this league.
We'll come back on the other side of the break. Myron Medcalf set to join us, ESPN National College Basketball Analyst. We'll get his take on the Gamecocks, this Ohio State situation, how all of these things blend, a few other basketball thoughts. Myron Medcalf, ESPN, as the postgame show rolls on. Talking Gamecock Hoops on this Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back in. Jay and Elijah with you. Appreciate you being with us. And again, happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Yeah. That's a general thing.
It is.
Again, if you love, then here for you.
Well, now you going to tell me Happy Valentine's Day in a couple days?
No, that's a one-off, man.
Okay. So New Year's, it's different.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And the New Year has passed, too. Although, I've never met Myron Metcalf. You have. But if I said Happy New Year to Myron Metcalf right now, I would bet, because he seems like a really nice guy, that he wouldn't mind. But I'll just say that we're glad to have ESPN's Myron Metcalf on the program talking hoops. Myron, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You bet. You'll learn our brand of humor quickly enough here. Again, dry as the Sahara at times. Let's jump right in to Gamecock basketball. But, when we scheduled you, we didn't know Chris Holtmann was going to be fired. So I really kind of want to start there with, obviously, the facts being Lamont Paris is going to be one of the top candidates for this Ohio State job. So why don't you blend the two by basically also including your take on the job Lamont is doing in Columbia that has gotten him to this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation. I was just there over the weekend talking to him about, his Ohio ties, and that just being such an important element of his career. And, this is what happens to teams in South Carolina's position. You want to pick the right guy who can change your program, who can change your culture, and get you back to the NCAA tournament. But if they're too good, all of a sudden they become attractive to other schools. I don't have any inside information. I mean, I sat down with Lamont on Friday for like an hour. We talked, after practice, and then I've known him for a long time, but he hasn't told me anything, so I don't want to sound like this is sources said. But if I'm Ohio State, that's my first call, along with probably Sean Miller. But, if you want a guy who has those ties, a guy who has just been on the rise. I mean, everything he's touched has at some point turned to gold. It's hard to ignore a guy like Lamont Paris, who I just think has a unique ability to really ignite a program and rally folks around him. And that's not an easy thing to do in South Carolina, and it wasn't an easy thing to do at his last job. But he just has a gift for that. So I don't know if there will be interest. I've read the reports like everyone else, but if I'm Ohio State, I'm calling him first.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if I'm Ohio State, I think I'm doing the exact same thing. And because of the turnaround that you mentioned here, 11-21 last year, 21-3 so far this year. I don't think they were, on hardly anyone's radar at the beginning of the year, and rightfully so, especially considering you had a bad team last year that, got 4 out of their 5, starting 5, new from other places in the transfer portal. But now that you've been here, you've gotten to go to a practice, you've seen them play in person at CLA. What do you think separates them from a lot of other teams in college basketball? And what does separate what Lamont's done at this program that might be different than a lot of other programs in the sport?
I mean, I told all the guys this. I just think they genuinely like each other. Like, I've been around teams where, even good teams, where you just knew there was somewhat of a rift, right, that would eventually catch up to them. Guys weren't on the same page. Guys were going to practice and they were going home. They weren't really hanging out like that. I mean, every team says that in October. Every team says, oh, we've been bonding. But, the real test is, what are you doing in February? Are you still hanging out? I was at practice Friday before the Vandy game, and those guys were all just hanging out after practice. They'd done their workout, they'd taken shots, they all could have gone home, but they were just hanging. And I think there's a chemistry that's real. I think Lamont has an ability to turn a negative situation, if you will, when you're picked to finish last in the SEC, and turn that into a chip. And his whole life has been that, being overlooked, being a guy who has to go against the odds. And I think his team has embraced that. Defensively, you see that show up most because that to me is the hardest thing to do, to get guys to get on the same page and play good defense. They've done that. But I really think this is a team that's in sync at the right time in the college basketball season. And I think it's like a really genuinely tight-knit group that's not just, giving that idea lip service.
Talking to Myron Metcalf of ESPN. Gamecocks at Auburn tonight. Again, we'll have it for you starting at 8 o'clock with an 8:30 tip time over on the Plains. Let's look at this game tonight. Elijah and I were just talking about this, Myron, that this now is at least in my opinion, the biggest test of the year, if only because you've already passed the test at Tennessee. Now you go into a more hostile environment potentially at Auburn, but with a target on your own back that maybe wasn't there in Knoxville. How do you look at what this game means to both of these ball clubs tonight, A? B, what must South Carolina do to replicate the success they had in Knoxville?
Yeah, I mean, Lamont talked a lot to the team before the Vandy game about how, we're a target now, and, they don't have a lot of room in terms of public perception to miss the mark, meaning, there's going to be a certain part of the national fan base, if they lose to Auburn, that goes, see, I told you so. Maybe they weren't that good to begin with. So I think he's just kind of prepared them for all the doubters, all the hate, anything that might come their way. But I think this is a game where you just got to be really consistent possession to possession. I think you saw against Vandy what can happen to South Carolina, not to South Carolina, other teams, and so these imbalanced halves. It's one thing to come out the way they did in the second half. That was pretty amazing. But against a team like Auburn on the road, you're not going to get that luxury. You got to start that way. And that was the first thing Lamont said to the team after the game was, we got to play with that energy right away. So I think just that consistent energy on a possession-by-possession basis, good defense. Broome is one of the best players in America. You can't let him get going. But I don't think they have to do anything new or special to be competitive and to potentially leave this arena with a win.
Myron, you're at the game on Sunday too between South Carolina women and UConn, and on Twitter you did you accurately portrayed it as like a rock concert or a party that involved a basketball game. And Lamont was at that game, Dawn was at the men's game on Saturday, and then I thought you did a really good job of asking Dawn what advice she's given Lamont since he's been here as the coach of the men's team. But what was your experience like here at CLA, those two games, specifically on Sunday, where you had a packed house for a, number 1 versus number 11 South Carolina versus UConn game, and what was that experience like for you?
Oh man, it was pretty amazing. I think Dawn Staley's the best coach in college sports, honestly. Men's, women's basketball, college football, you name it. I think she's the greatest coach we have at the non-pro level, and I think. I don't know what offers have come her way, but you could put her in the pro ranks and she'd be a hell of a coach there too. I mean, it's just amazing to see what they built and the energy in that building and just the vibe and the electricity was just pretty amazing to see. So, I mean, that was cool just to be a part of it. Not even just as a reporter, just to kind of be in that environment. I've been everywhere. You name the top venues in America, I've been there. At like really big games, you know what I mean? Final Fours. That was unique for me. I mean, that was one of the coolest organic home environments I've ever seen and been a part of. And just the way they played. Like, I don't know how you beat South Carolina's women's team. Like that. Like UConn was given everything, and like they will scrap. Like that's the kind of team that'll fight you in a alley, and then knock you down and dare you to get back up. And over time, you just get worn out. Just the way they played on both ends of the floor. I'm a South Carolina women's fan. I can't necessarily be a fan of a men's team because I cover it, but I'm definitely a fan of what Dawn Staley has built and what she's done down there.
I will tell you, one school that courted Dawn Staley a few years ago, Myron, was the Ohio State University, and she chose to stay in Columbia. Yeah. So I got about a minute left here. My last question comes back around to Lamont. In your opinion, might this simply be a matter of does he want to stay at South Carolina? The money, I don't know that will be an issue. So is it really more about the job than the pay?
I mean, does money matter to you? Right, it matters to all of us.
Oh, yeah, but Carolina will pay, is my point.
Yeah, but I mean, Ohio State can probably pay a lot, especially depending on if the boosters get involved. I think if you're Lamont, I think you have to think about what does this mean for your career. I mean, remember, this guy was a long-time assistant at Wisconsin. I think he's been very strategic in the jobs he's taken. And I think if he feels like he gets an offer and this is a logical path for him, like next step, yeah, I think he would consider it. But I also think he's really happy down there, man. And he likes his guys. And one thing he told me was, I have the right culture right now. That's hard to build. And I think he's proud of what he's been able to do so far. And maybe he'll want to continue that. So
it was great to have you on. I know Elijah had a thrill meeting you the other day and talking with you. Let's try to do it again sometime soon, man. Thanks for the time today.
Okay, sounds good.
That is Myron Medcalf of ESPN. Medcalf by BY ESPN, the way to follow along on Twitter. We'll recap some of what he had to say about all of these stories as the postgame show continues.
environment's crazy. Auburn is one of those places in the SEC you kind of look forward to a little bit. They call it the jungle. It's got a little bit of hype behind it. And, a really good opponent there as well. I believe they're ranked top 15 at the moment. So definitely just looking forward to going in there and playing as hard as we possibly can and looking forward to coming out of there with the win if possible.
Miles Studi on playing at Auburn. It is difficult. They hadn't lost there in a while. And they are, as you might imagine, heavy favorites to win tonight. Let me go to it here. The BPI says 89.7% chance for Auburn. So Carolina has a better chance to win tonight than they did in Knoxville. The BPI says
82%. Smidge over 80.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about Auburn winning the game. Don't love the matchup for South Carolina, especially in that building for a lot of the reasons Miles Studi just mentioned. But, I'm not, ever since the Tennessee game, I'm not going to put him below 10% of winning a basketball game in anywhere.
The spread, if it means anything to you, is Auburn minus 11.5. That's a pretty big spread.
That is, yeah. For a team to be ranked behind another team at home, that's a massive number.
Do you remember, was the Tennessee spread 13? Does that sound right?
Yeah. Close to it. I can get back to
that. That's okay. Don't worry.
I might be able to find that. Now I'm
got a hit on the Firehouse Subs text line. Was that guy Lamont Paris's agent? I've never heard someone pushing for a university to give someone more money than I just did. No, he wasn't. He's a national reporter. Like, I know this guy's kind of half joking, I imagine, the text. Lamont Paris is in position to absolutely more than double his pay, whether it's here or somewhere else. I don't even think that's what I meant. And I think Myron got what I meant when I said, well, does money matter? He said, does money matter to you? It certainly will be about some money. My point is, I believe South Carolina has the resources necessary to cover the salary that Lamont will now command. That's why I say I don't really think it's going to be about that if it comes to that.
I think you missed that part. I think he was saying,
I think it's but I think he came back around to it. Like, if Lamont sees this as the next step, look, the Ohio State program is a more prominent and successful program than South Carolina's. But at the same time, and I'm not here to try to convince Lamont to stay. That's not what I'm doing when I say this. This isn't like North Carolina or Kentucky or Kansas or Duke either, which could also be, or even, I don't know, Villanova or something like that. I don't know. It's certainly not sideways. If were he to take the Ohio State job,
it's not a lateral movement.
It's not lateral. No, this is move. It would be moving up.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
But at the same time, there are jobs above. Like, for one thing, I've seen a bunch of people. You mentioned Danny Hurley earlier. I've seen people saying, like, Danny Hurley to Ohio State.
Absolutely.
Why in God's name would Danny Hurley go to Ohio State? You're stepping down.
Yeah, UConn's a destination job.
That's just Ohio State fans that think, well, we're Ohio State. This ain't football, brother.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but I've seen a bunch of that.
A for effort, I guess.
But I was like, why would you leave Connecticut and the Big East for Ohio State?
Why leave a conference that cares about your sport and when we're in a school where you just won a national championship?
I was going to say, remind me, Elijah, real quick, who won the last national championship in men's college basketball?
That'd be Danny Hurley and the UConn Huskies.
Thank you very much. I mean, so that, Connecticut is an absolute destination job, really, in both men's and women's basketball.
Mm-hmm. Whoever gets it after Gino, now that's going
to be one of those. Oh, you follow Gino, huh? So I don't necessarily envy that man or woman, but no. In all seriousness, I do think it could come down to what this will come down to what Lamont feels is best for Lamont and his career. I don't think it will come down to a bidding war. I suppose it could. Don't get me wrong. And maybe that was where Myron didn't quite understand where I was going with it. Mm-hmm. If it means that Lamont needs to make $6 million, let's just throw that out there. South Carolina can afford that. Where is the line? I don't know. But I mean, you're making more money this year. Carolina can afford to go way up. Again, I don't know what the number is. I do know this: Lamont next year, under his current contract, is scheduled to make $2.4 million. So you're going to more than double that regardless.
You will have to go up regardless.
Yeah.
The current deal is not going to be.
Yeah. I definitely see Lamont as now a $5 million coach minimum. And then if it gets into, well, we'll do this and this and this, Ohio State has a lot of resources.
It'll be interesting to look at.
But we'll see. We'll see. It's interesting. Bigger thing tonight is trying to beat Auburn. Some college football changes coming. We'll talk about them. Be right back. But first, I want to tell you about our good friends at Cato's Power Equipment. They're historically located, as I like to say, because when you're in business for more than 40 years, that's history. 4012 West Beltline Boulevard, not too far from Two Notch Road. Ben Cato and his family have owned the business the entire time. That's why it's called Cato's. And Ben is a third-generation owner and a very good friend of the radio station. Right now, you look around, it's nice. Growing season has begun again across the South. And if you cut your own grass or you do it for a living, there's a whole brand-new set of equipment at Cato's, including a lot of stuff they are now renting. If you want to maybe try something new out, especially battery-powered things that don't have as many pieces and parts to break, check them out. Renting for about $100 a day. Get a lot done. See what it's like for you in your backyard or for your business. Check them out online, catospowerequipment.com, or just go see them, 4012 West Beltline Boulevard, Cato's Power Equipment. 4 o'clock on this Wednesday. Happy Valentine's Day. Welcome back in. Second hour of the Postgame Show. Alongside Elijah Campbell, I'm Jay Phillips. Appreciate you being with us. Cale Wilson's hanging out with us here in studio, learning the trade. And minute by minute, realizing, oh, my God, I will not do this for a living.
He's got a notepad, and he's like, learning what not to do.
That's right.
Not do that.
That's right.
When
No,
Ray
I think
Tanner asks you questions.
I think he's having fun.
I think so, too. He's nodding in agreement.
That's good.
You can't even see it on the game TV.
No,
but we can confirm.
We'll get him something here.
Honest journalism says that we're telling you the truth.
We would never lie to you.
No, never.
We'll come back to one of the bigger stories of the day, and again, it's not a story, and I do. Let me just put a fine point on this for now. Again, in the 5 o'clock hour, I'm certain we'll come back around to it, but we've been talking about the opening at Ohio State. The men's basketball job came open today. Chris Holtman, who's been to 4 NCAA tournaments and was headed to a 5th during COVID, has been fired. The last couple of years, the program has not just hit a wall. It's like hit a wall and fallen backwards, like your friends do after a really long, hot tailgate.
I think that's a fair way to describe not winning a road game since January of 23.
Ugh. So he's been let go, and he's been let go now on purpose. So that Ohio State can say, just like a lot of programs will do. I mean, heck, Ray Tanner did it with Will Muschamp. Our job is open, and if you like it, call Ross at, whatever. I don't know Ross Bjork's number.
Be really impressed if not only you remembered a phone number off the top of your head like that. Ross Bjork.
I don't know. I've never met Ross Bjork. I've met some of the ADs around the SEC, now Big Ten, but I've not met Ross. But I hear he's a nice guy. I don't know. He's from Ohio, too, I think.
Is he?
I think. It's one of the reasons that he had
been everywhere.
Appeal. He's been a lot of places. But Lamont Paris is going to be one of the names at the top of the list. How long is the list? I don't know. Is he at the top of the list? Maybe.
I think, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, Myron Medcalf of ESPN just joined us, and he said, I'd put him at the top of the list. I'd make him the first call. Now, you're not calling him today. You're calling the agent. Right? Things like that.
You're gauging interest.
Yeah. But I think it's something to keep an eye on. But Shaka Smart, Nate Oates, there are others. I get Sean Miller.
Sean Miller one makes sense.
I could see them hiring Sean Miller over some other guys. I could. And Sean, here's the thing. Sean probably might aggressively go after the job.
Mm-hmm. That's a step up from Xavier.
Yeah. How can I ask you something for real, though?
Yeah.
How much of a step up is it from Xavier? I mean, Xavier's in a fantastic basketball conference. The school will support you. There are limitations, I grant you. That's what. And I agree with you.
Yeah.
But might the path to certain things be easier at Xavier, and you still get the benefit of the Big East and a good reputation? I don't know.
Good reputation, but the Big East, it being basketball only, basically, doesn't have the monetary resources to spread, kind of like what the Big Ten does with football. I think when it comes down to money, like Xavier clearly is just as good a basketball school as Ohio State. But being in the Big Ten makes a big difference. And there's a reason that we have completely sacrificed one conference in front of everybody as an offering to the college sports gods and for the fattening of the pockets of the conference commissioners and their schools. There's a reason they did that is because they can make a bleep ton of money doing it, and that money's going to be there. And that there's going to be more in the pockets of the Ohio State athletic department than there ever has been. And it completely dwarfs the resources that Xavier would be able to give. And for that reason only, it's a better job. In terms of it being a better basketball school and program, it's every bit as good. Xavier's can be up and down. It's really coach dependent, and they'll get a coach that's going to be really good, and then they have to leave after a couple of years.
Yeah.
It's a little more
and that's happened a lot for them. I mean, Sean Miller
the first time.
Sean Miller
to Arizona.
Right.
Chris Mack to Louisville, which would make it really funny if Sean Miller took the Ohio State job and then they got Chris Mack back.
Right.
And then we just keep doing this
cycle. Didn't Thad Matta spend a couple years there too?
He might have.
Didn't he go like Butler to Xavier to Ohio State? Am I right about that?
That is very, very possible.
I feel like that was that trajectory, but I could be mistaken.
As another well-traveled individual.
But anyway, it's out there. So we'll see. But we'll come back around to basketball. But that, I'm not trying to scare people. I don't think anybody is.
You're correct.
Okay.
Spent 3 years there.
And but again, South Carolina has the money to keep Lamont Paris. I really don't believe it's the money that would be the factor here. Mm-hmm. But who are the other coaches that a school like again, Nate Oates? I have heard grumblings about Nate Oates. Maybe not necessarily wanting out of Alabama, but Alabama, I need y'all to do more. Alabama still plays in a building that was built, I think, when Nixon was president.
That is an old building.
It is, and it's, look, Ole Miss finally built a new place. Auburn's built a new place. Georgia hasn't built a new place, but they have spent a lot of money to enhance the inside of Stegman. Carolina's got a new place. Arkansas is not, but it's not, Arkansas is not.
It's not
Nixon. It's not Nixon era, right?
2 decades after the Nixon.
Right.
So, it's still relatively new.
But yeah, and there's some places it just won't. I don't know. Georgia, Bama, LSU, they play in old buildings.
Vanderbilt plays
Vandy's
building.
has still got some charm that some of those other ones don't, right?
That's a bucket list thing for any basketball fan to go see a game there.
But
the place is awesome.
But there's other things, again, you could look at Alabama and Ohio State and say they're both football schools, and you would be absolutely correct. But they both do want to be good. I remind people a lot. You know who has the second most SEC championships in basketball? It's Alabama.
Mm-hmm. Some history.
Now there's a big old gap, between what Kentucky's done and everybody else. But if you have a list, second on the list is Alabama. And Ohio State, again, they go to a lot of NCAA tournaments. They've been to Final Fours. The aforementioned Thad Matta played for a national championship within the last 20 years. They can be very good, but I still don't know that it's the premier job even in its own conference.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't use the premier word for job in that conference, but it is a really good one, I would say.
What is the premier job in the Big Ten today? Painters turned Purdue into it, but it used to be Indiana, obviously.
Keedy turned Purdue. I think Keedy put it in a good spot.
But it wasn't the premier job when he was there because Bob Knight. Indiana was. For a generation or more, Indiana was. Maybe is Michigan State now?
A lot of it, the premier jobs are because the coach there, that he was either there last or is there now, has built it into that.
Yeah.
Michigan State, you could say, would be.
I don't know if they have. That's the thing. It's such a good conference across the board. I don't know that one in today's world really stands out above another in any meaningful way. Again, Purdue is the current best program.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you a few that it's not.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rutgers.
Yeah. Maryland's underachieving.
Brutally.
Maryland should be much better at men's basketball than they have been.
You think Terry Ford has thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Maybe.
He does. He does. And as a University of Maryland parent, I'd at least like to see, my daughter have something better to cheer for.
Well, you know what? If it makes you feel any better, you can hang a banner in your TV room that says number 5 defensive efficiency in Ken Palm, and it'd be accurate.
They don't make banners for that.
We can now.
Banners Are Us.
Banners Are Us.
What's that place out on near Greystone?
Is it Banners Are Us?
It's not Banners Are Us, but it's something where they make signs.
I might do that for you. You don't be surprised.
It's on the frontage road. It's not Greystone. It's on the frontage road out there, whatever that thing's called.
Don't be surprised you come in here and there's gonna be a little Maryland Terrapins banner that I have made for you and Ford that says number 5 in the country in defensive efficiency, and then on the back it says don't ask the offensive.
Speaking of the men's basketball tournament, we had a story yesterday. We didn't get nuts and bolts into it, but there is a push out there now. So talking about hey, be prepared for Lamont Paris's name to be on lists. Be prepared for a lot of talk as we get closer to this year's NCAA basketball tournaments, because I think both would expand, by the way. If you do one, you will do the other. Be prepared to hear them. Now, obviously not this season and probably not next season, but be prepared to hear talk of the tournaments going to 96 schools. And I know for Elijah, it makes him want to take some Pepto-Bismol. I understand.
For those watching,
It doesn't make me feel that way. As I've said many times, I don't advocate for it, but I have questioned somewhat rhetorically, why did the NCAA buy the NIT if they're not going to do anything with it? And if you want to have the philosophies you have in terms of how you field the NIT, then just roll that into the NCAA tournament. And, newsflash, like a lot of people want to do, make more money with it because the NIT doesn't do squat. All right? It just doesn't do anything.
Half the teams in it don't want to be there.
They don't. I don't know if any of them want. Nobody goes into the season. Here's the thing. No one. How many schools? 363 this year?
Uh-huh.
Not one of those 363 schools goes into their season going, man, I want to go to the NIT. Now, a few of the teams that make the NIT may, all right, it's cool, NIT. All right. They didn't want to go to that. Right?
No,
Nobody.
No one at the ear is slapping a sign before they run out onto the court that says NIT or bust.
Yeah, there's no coach and like team captains put on the whiteboard or whatever they make every year a goal that says NIT.
And your season wherever they play it now because it's.
And if I'm wrong, by the way,
MSG.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, somebody send it to. Maybe I am. Maybe one of those 363 schools has actually make the NIT as like one of their 10 goals of the year. But I don't think so. So y'all see the point. But one of the things that could hold it up is that CBS, along with Warner Brothers, who owns now TNT and TBS, have the current deal in place through the 2032 tournament. And the reason that's interesting, and this, I came up with this on my own. I have no idea if this is accurate or not in terms of what may be fueling the thinking for not expanding from a TV standpoint. But y'all might remember when the SEC expanded and the conference was in the throes of massive football success. Greg Sankey and the leadership of the SEC went to CBS and was like, "Hey, we just added 2 new states and 2 new markets, including Texas. Y'all interested in paying us a little bit more money now that we're giving you more inventory and, again, opening our conference up to St. Louis, Kansas City, and, again, Texas?" And CBS said, no, we're not. Like, even a little bit, nope, we're not.
Said we good.
Might CBS Sports do the same thing with this? Like, if y'all want to go to 96, that's fine. We'll televise it, but we're not paying you more.
Or you can do it on Fox.
I don't think they can.
Not until 2032.
Right. And so, I mean, and now some of you may say, well, then good, just wait 8 years. And they might. I don't know. But I don't think so. This time around, I would think there could be a way to get them to come off a little bit with something. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But I think this is going to happen. And there was a transformation committee thing that kind of went into nothing. But one of the things they proposed at the college level was roughly 25% participation in all NCAA-sponsored tournaments. Now, again, the only one that's not, and that was done on purpose, the only one that's not, obviously, is the college football playoff. 12, by the way, will be about 9% of the participating schools at the D1 level, FBS level, not D1, FBS. If you went to 96, it'd be 26-point-something%.
Breaking your own rule?
Well, I said around 25%. I could see it happening.
We can get flimsy with that word.
You can.
Around.
But will CBS pay for it? I think that's going to be the rub. I think the leadership on campuses wants to do this. I do.
Oh, for sure. Because there are a lot of average basketball teams year in, year out that miss it because they're average basketball teams, and they want a piece of that pie. Yeah. Minnesota wants in, baby. They want it bad.
Minnesota, Brett Yormark pumping teams like, Baylor and Kansas State and Oklahoma State. So I get it. College football is going to vote on a couple of things, including something that became kind of controversial last year after Wild Stallions. We'll explain as the postgame show rolls on. Real quick, let me tell you about our good friends at Pete Ale Wine Pool and Spa, the Midlands leader in in-ground vinyl, fiberglass, gunite swimming pool design and installation. Look outside right now and think to yourself, man, if it looks like this and it's only about 15 degrees or more warmer, I'm swimming in my own backyard. Yes, you are. And now is a fantastic time to call the experts at Pete Ale Wine. You know, they come to you because, I mean, that's where the pool's going, right? Or you can go to them if you want to and check a lot of things out. Talk to them first. 5541 Sunset Boulevard. If you already have a pool, their team provides free water tests. They also service pools, keep them clean, equipment upgrades, and so much more. They also sell Sundance hot tubs, the standard for hydrotherapy and deep tissue massage. That's what our program director needs from time to time. Pete Ale Wine Pool and Spa, 5541 Sunset Boulevard. Online at PeteAleWinePools.com. It's like the two beverages, ale and wine. Pete Ale Wine Pool and Spa. Welcome back into the Postgame Show on this Wednesday. Jay and Elijah with you. Appreciate you being on board with us. Still got drive around the SEC a little bit later on. We'll continue getting you ready as well for what's going on tonight. Carolina at Auburn. Lamont Paris's name in the news today, and a whole lot more. I did see this real quick. I got a lot of college football news to get to, but one more thing on just college athletics. I feel bad for this guy, but there was a statement yesterday that the Pac-12 Conference Board has given the departing 10 schools notice of a proposed leadership transition with an invitation to provide comment. We expect to provide more information following a decision in the coming days. Basically, and I saw another statement that said the Pac-12 is, quote, separating from George Kliavkoff.
Aren't they also separating from existence?
Yes. But it's not his fault, man. I really don't blame him. Could he have done more to try and salvage it? You and I made the analogy that this is like the Titanic is now 2/3 underwater. Okay? And Larry Scott was the excuse my language here, the dumbass captain that hit the iceberg.
He's all right. See ya.
So they're bringing Kliavkoff in. And he's like, all right, grab some rope.
What if we swam under this icy water and all pushed the boat back up above the surface?
And I think they tried. Like, he tried.
They tried pushing it above the surface, but I think we know exactly how well that would work.
Yeah, now the Titanic is what, like 2 miles deep or something? Whatever it is. Farther.
I think we learned here in the news in the last calendar year exactly how far below it is, and it's pretty far below. It's not coming back up if that's what you're asking.
You all may remember last year when the University of Michigan got in a little bit of trouble for remember, it wasn't for stealing signs. It was for going against the rules of the NCAA to obtain information about opponents.
There's only a little espionage.
That's right. Connor Stallions and all that, and then Harbaugh had to serve 3 more game suspension. It's still remarkable. That will be one of the best things about the Michigan 2023 30 for 30 whenever it gets made.
It's going to be a fun chapter in it.
Is that Jim Harbaugh was suspended for half the regular season.
Honestly, that's the best thing Sharon Moore can put on his resume is that
and remember, Sharon had to miss 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
He was suspended for stuff. It's crazy.
And you know what? They still didn't lose in any or do any of those?
Lose, man.
They didn't lose.
They were good.
It's weird.
Which is, again, why'd you cheat? But they did. Well, not cheat. Well, is it cheating or breaking the rules? I don't know which it is. Let's play semantics on that one. Nevertheless, a lot of people, and I agree with this, said, well, why don't you just put helmet communication in, to the quarterback or whomever else and not worry about that kind of stuff anymore? Yes, that's exactly what they should do. The NFL has been doing that.
Yeah.
In fact, this past season was the 30th season that the NFL has had helmet communication. And it was expanded to defenders in the NFL in like 2008. So for a long time.
It's been working.
Yeah, the NFL has been doing this. College is getting close now. The NCAA Rules Committee will meet later this month. There will be proposals to allow not only coach to helmet communication, whether it's the quarterback, a linebacker. In fact, apparently you can designate who you might want on defense, whether it's a safety, a linebacker, whomever.
Whoever's got the green dot on their helmet.
Yeah, that's right. But also to use tablets, which, again, is interesting to me. High schools can use tablets, at least in some states, and the NFL. Now, in the NFL, you can only use still images. I didn't realize that. I didn't know you couldn't use video.
Oh, I thought it was video. I thought they were looking at video.
I think I saw that. I mean, let me go back and make sure, but I think I saw that the tablets in the NFL are you're able to use them, but only for still images. Nevertheless, they're going to vote on this pretty soon. And, I mean, this needs to happen yesterday as well. And once again, I am a firm believer that this is a haves and have-nots situation. I think a lot of schools for a long time, especially at the highest levels of college football, have said, we'd like to do this, we can afford this. And those that can't have held it back. Same thing was happening. I mean, listen, you've got dugout to catcher communication now at a lot of college baseball programs. So I know you can afford it. But again, some of those schools even say, well, we can't afford that. I mean, all I can say is I'm sorry you can't afford it. You know, and I know it's not apples to apples, Elijah, but Tiger Woods has like a plane and a yacht. I don't. I'd like a plane and a yacht, but I'm not going to sit here and cry over the fact that I don't have one. Again, it's not apples to apples. I get it.
Well, here's the thing, too.
But, I mean, sometimes you can afford something and sometimes you can't.
A lot of these schools love to cry broke. Absolutely love to cry broke. And yes, do I thoroughly believe that, Charleston Southern's athletic department is swimming in an abundance of riches? No. But you know what I see covering high school football games, Jay? People with TVs on the sidelines and using Huddle to go back and watch plays and break them down in real time.
Right.
And you know what? If a 3A high school in South Carolina can afford that at least, surely Charleston Southern or the Citadel or Montana State or insert FCS or low-level FBS program here can do the exact same thing. I think if you give some of these schools avenues to cry broke and not let somebody else do something because they can just say, oh, we just can't afford it, they might play that card. But I don't buy for a second that, these schools can't allow a screen on the sideline to go back and watch plays or do something like that in real time,
Yeah.
And
no, I just
that part I have a hard time believing.
Absolutely. I do as well. But even if it were true, again, there are a lot of schools that can. I don't know that this gets approved for the coming season. It says the Rules Committee did not approve the request for this, but instead came up with bowl season experiment for helmet communication. I'm reading now from Chris Vanini of The Athletic. The Big Ten's push had nothing to do with, I like this, had nothing to do with the Connor Stallions sign stealing and scouting scandal. But the revelation of that investigation ramped up a push from coaches around the country for more technology. Later in the fall, the committee approved the use of tablets in bowl games. And, yeah, it does say in here, NFL only for still images. But I don't care. Still images, replays, whatever. Again, you can do this. So do it.
The technology has been available for 30 years now.
And
they've just been reluctant to doing it.
And I see some things. And, look, if the NFL can get over its liability issues, because it says one of the things here is, they're worried about, messing with a helmet. Again, the National Football League's been doing it for 30 years. Who manufactures their helmets with the headset, with the communication in it? Work with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then your insurers will know, okay, these have been tested at the highest level of the sport for 3 bleeping decades. Do it. I mean, just these, and again, if you want to use your iPad or what is the Microsoft, the Surface?
Yeah, this Surface tablet that Tom Brady liked to throw around.
Tom Brady breaks them all the time. There's so many of them.
You can give some of the small schools the broken ones that Tom Brady threw around.
It's a cracked screen, but hey, the kids will be like, but Tom Brady broke this one.
And I can only see half the play, but it's the half that I needed.
You see that, like Microsoft, instead of refurbing it, just keep it all cracked? The Tom Brady line.
They just duct tape it. Surprised they haven't done that already, honestly.
That would be spectacular, actually. So that's out there. But I hope that this is fast-tracked as well. Because, again, you can. Therefore, you should.
We had an entire scandal. We had an entire scandal in this sport.
Yeah.
Based off something that was 100,000% completely avoidable by just embracing technology.
Come back on the other side of the break. Got a poll question I want to get to, which I have not gotten to yet because we've had some breaking stuff. It has to do with the college football playoff, which we all want to see successfully expand. It's the Postgame Show. You know, unlike big national banks, when you save your money with Palmetto Citizens, it stays right here in the Midlands. They don't pay stockholders. They don't loan money out of state or out of the country. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but at Palmetto Citizens, they are here to help the residents of the Midlands of South Carolina. Since they're not a not-for-profit credit union, Palmetto Citizens is able to offer you better rates across the board, lower fees as well. That saves you money. Makes things a whole lot easier. Ready to apply for a loan? Currently have a high interest rate somewhere else? Then check out palmettocitizens.org and apply right now. Whether it's a new credit card, home equity line, mortgage, car loan, getting the kids through school, whatever you might need, they can work with you to customize terms and payments to fit your needs and budget. My wife and I are very happy customers of Palmetto Citizens. I think you will be too. We use the Millwood location. They got 14 all across the Midlands of South Carolina. Check them out. Palmetto Citizens, achieve your potential.
From the WIS Traffic Center, I'm Elijah Campbell. The few accidents to report to you that might be causing some delays on the roadways this Valentine's Day afternoon. We'll start here in Richland County. An accident's been reported on Fort Jackson Boulevard over at I-77, causing traffic to move pretty slowly through there. Also here in Richland County, an accident at Kilbourne Road at Divine Street, causing some traffic backup, as well as another one on US 176 at Broad River Road at Chapin Road. And then in Lexington County, a couple accidents. We'll start one on Old Farm Road at US 1, another one at Highway 6 at Boiling Springs Road, and one more at Pilgrim Church Road at North Lake Drive.
Talking college hoops, talking a little college football as well. Again, in-helmet communication. Also, another thing I want to get to here when it comes to college football. By the way, hi, welcome back in. Happy Valentine's Day. He's Elijah Campbell. I'm Jay Phillips. Cale Wilson is hanging out with us today, a student at the University of South Carolina.
College.
I actually think he does want to do this the more we're getting him in here.
We haven't scared him off yet. Well, he is still here. I'm looking at him right now. He is still here, so we haven't completely scared him off
yet. Pull that mic up right there. Get that one right there. Yeah, that one. And hit that red button that's in front of you right there.
Blink twice if you need help.
There you go. Hit it. Is that on? Is it good?
Let's test it.
Is the mute button on? You having fun?
I'm having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
Good.
So he's not scared off yet.
Not yet.
He doesn't sound like a hostage audio right there. He's here at his free will. This is great.
He is. I mean, he is. It's good. Because we're not.
I can't say the same for myself. Wasn't kidding about the Josh Yellman taking a pinky yesterday if we didn't give away those tickets.
No, that's true. Do we have any? We don't have any tickets to give away today, do we?
I haven't gotten any threatening texts yet.
All right, that's
so.
good. But you having a good time?
So good.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm really glad I get to be here.
Good.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Well,
that's the spirit.
Yeah.
He's not broken yet.
He's saying all the right things. Do we have parting? Not parting. Well, yeah, he's kind of like parting gifts. Do we have like a 1075 T-shirt for him or something?
I might have some old used papers at my desk.
No,
I might have some.
We got to do better
information
than that.
on it.
We got to do better than that.
I think Ford might have something in the
Have any Bill Gunner 8x10 glossies left?
Ooh, the ones that didn't make the calendar.
Those are always. He doesn't want one of those either.
The different. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I
don't need that.
Different glosses.
We'll see what we can do.
We got something here.
We're glad you're here. We're glad you're here.
Thank you.
And we'll do it again sometime.
That's right.
I mean, he's not leaving yet. I wanted to give him a chance to say hey.
You wanted to encourage him before he sat around long enough to be.
Is there any one person you'd like to give a shout out to while you're in here?
I'd like to give a shout out to my mom
There you go.
and my dad.
All right.
There we go.
Look at that.
Because without them, he wouldn't be here.
That's a fair point.
Couldn't do it without him.
That's fact.
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad.
That's right.
Who are not listening right now, but
They might be. Oh, your mom and dad.
yeah.
No,
okay.
mom's listening.
No, his
Jay and my mom go way back.
Yeah, I've known. I know his mom. She in college, so
nice.
a long time ago.
Nice.
She worked out at the baseball stadium. Got me in a few times. It was nice. Appreciate
Again,
that.
very unfortunate for her. I'm sorry.
What are you gonna do? We all make mistakes. Now we're glad Cale's here and having fun. So one other college football note. Can I go ahead and do the poll question?
Yeah. Oh, this is the perfect time to real
All right. Let's do that real quick here. Let me do that. We have a poll question today because the college football playoff, like the presidents that vote, not the selection committee, meet next Tuesday, and they will be apparently rubber stamping a 5+7 model. It was going to be 6+6. I'll explain in a second.
It's a lot of math.
I have asked you guys today the most ideal number of teams in a college football playoff is A, 4, B, 8, C, 12, D, 16. And I also said if you have other, or if you just want to go back to the antiquated bowl system.
BCS.
Even before, no, pre-BCS. Man.
Oh.
Pre-BCS.
When the Associated Press polls mattered the most.
When it was like the champion of whatever league goes to this bowl, and then we fill the at-large slots, and then people vote. If you want to go back to that, just let me know. Leave a reply is what I asked.
Maybe one day.
It's kind of tight. It's kind of tight. Right now, as we approach 300 votes, 35.4% say 8. 35.1% say 12, which is what we're going to have for now. But I was kind of surprised by this, maybe pleasantly. 25.4% say 16. So that's a healthy dose.
Mm-hmm.
Just 4.1% say 4, which is, again, what we're leaving behind. And we're not going backwards. So the 5+7 is going to be the 5 highest ranked conference champions will get in. And what that was going to be was the Power 5 plus a Group of 5 champion. Now we only have a so-called Power 4.
Unless we want to give Washington State and Oregon State, make that game each year a auto bid game, and I don't think they want that.
Here's the thing. I think that conference, I think the name Pac-12 is going to continue ultimately. I do. I think they will do what's necessary, and I think it should. What I think, though, Elijah, and I think you and I have discussed this, is that the bulk of the current Mountain West Conference will make up the difference of those leaving. So that the Mountain West basically will be the biggest group of 5 conference along with the AAC, right? Because the AAC has had Houston leave and SMU's leaving.
The Sun Belt might have more member schools now, I think, in terms of raw numbers.
But I think that we should keep Pac-12, but it won't be the strength. There will be no more Arizona and Utah and obviously Southern Cal and Oregon and schools like that.
The Mountain 12.
But so now it'll be 5 plus 7. So you'll get the champions of the Big 4 leagues and then whatever highest ranked champion of whoever's left. In most seasons, probably the American or Pac-12 Mountain West, the Pac West.
The Pac West is interesting.
Yeah.
The Mountain 12.
The Mountain 12. I don't know what they want to call it.
Mountain Dew 12. Then you have a sponsor.
I would call it the Pac-12 if they could. But they'll vote on that next week. And then, again, top 4 conference champions get buys. And away we go.
Power 4 championship games are now auto bid games, which makes those conference championship games.
So Notre Dame will never be able to get a bye in this current format or in this new format.
Nope.
Because they're not in a conference unless they join a conference, which now Jim Phillips is calling every day. And now that they have a new AD, if I'm Jim Phillips of the ACC, I'm calling him every day.
Like you're getting borderline close to a stalking.
Yeah,
charge.
like
That's
Jack
exactly
Swarbrick, you can't call because Jack's been around a long time and he's just going to hang up on you.
Mm-hmm. He won't even take the call.
Yeah, he won't even take the call. He'll just
it.
hit the little red, button on his phone
Or block the number.
But the new guy would be like, "Oh man, Jim's calling me again. Jim, I'm not joining your league. How about today? Jim, I'm not joining your league. Jim, I'll call you back." But then one day maybe he will. No, I doubt it. But that's where it's going to be. And I think this is 12, but they're going to go to 16, and I think they're going to go to 16. I think within 5 years. I think they might let the new thing start just to kind of see. But I really do think within 5 years they go to 16.
Well, history might repeat itself, and that's a team coming out of nowhere, making a run that people care about, making the event itself a lot different than what we were accustomed to. I'd like to use the example of Ohio State in 2015,
right?
Beating Alabama as a 4 seed with a third-string quarterback to basically prove the necessity of the 4-team playoff. You validated all the arguments as to why you needed it. There will be a team in the first couple of years of this that's going to validate the arguments of why you needed to expand to 12. If we don't have that already, based off the exclusion of Florida State,
this year again, there's some irony that this year, right? Because again, Georgia was obviously still, I think, if not the best team, then Michigan and Georgia 1A, 1B. Oregon was fantastic.
Yeah.
Ohio State was fantastic.
That alone could have been had that same element, but we're going to have it where it's proven on the field involving really good games against 6 and 7 seeds that it's going to get people, thirsty enough for more.
Tom hits us on Twitter. He says, I've always said 8. I still say 8. Josh says the same thing. I think 8 would have been sufficient. Winners of the P5 plus 3 highest ranked other teams. But Chad has an interesting one that I want to come back with. He says 16 and move all the bowl games to the first week so players actually play in them. I wish I could follow up with Chad on exactly what he means by that. But it is interesting. There's also one other bit of college football news that's going to be voted on real soon that I want to tell you about. You're listening to the Postgame Show. Oh, sorry. Welcome back in. Hit the button there, Phillips. Postgame show continues. Sorry, I was actually
Mike works best when you turn it on.
It does. I was actually just responding to Chad, who hit us on Twitter, and I'm asking him now, first week of December or the regular season? Chad said have 16 schools in the playoff, but move all bowl games to the first week so players actually play in them. Look, I get it. Opt-outs are problematic for a lot of people. But here again, y'all, this is what I'm saying. I mean, for somebody like me and my age that loves college football and remembers when, again, I'm not even kidding, even though I would never, ever, ever, ever want to go back to it, but there was a time when the bowl games they meant a lot because you'd have 2 or 3 of them that might directly factor in to who was going to get voted number one, because, again, that was the system we had. But other than that, there were a lot of great games that were rewards, and you were good. You know, I get it. And I still think there's a place for bowl games. But at the same time, now that we're going to have quarterfinal and semifinal games at, quote, bowl games, that's crap. They're not bowl games. They're not. They're playoff games. And the winners you don't want to dump, again, the Kirby Smart Orange Bowl thing a couple years ago. Don't you dump that Gatorade on me because we're not done yet. And the Georgia player's like, oh, coach is right.
And this is a white jacket. This is stain.
They can get another one. Have you ever been to one of those equipment rooms at an SEC school?
I have, but maybe wants to give one to a recruit.
Oh, boy.
That's one less jacket to give to a recruit.
Well, that's fair, but they'll just get some more.
That's true.
And those places, I'm like, oh.
Pretty nice.
Academy Sports and Outdoors is like, dang.
I'm moving to here.
Yeah. Anyway, no, but they don't have the same meaning. The games are obviously incredibly meaningful. It's a playoff game, but it's not a bowl game anymore. Bowl games have finality. That's my thing. Bowl games have finality, but in a day and age where great players have so much to lose if they get hurt, and the game means nothing, they're going to keep opting out. So, Chad, I like where you are in terms of like theory. I mean, you can't have bowl games at the beginning of the season because you don't know who does what. So I guess he means like the first week of, the postseason. But that's not. But let's just
like 8 bowl games.
Let's use Carolina as an example of a couple of years ago. Deebo Samuel's still not going to play in that game. If you're 6-6, right? If Carolina had gone to a bowl game this year, Spencer Rattler and Xavier Legette don't play. And they shouldn't. There's too much to lose. There's too much at risk. If one of them were to have an ACL injury, an Achilles injury, if Spencer were to get his shoulder smacked into the ground and have to have surgery, you may be potentially looking at the loss of millions of dollars in their career. I don't know that, but you could. You could.
If something happened where you couldn't participate in, I don't know, the Senior Bowl or the Combine, then the biggest thing up next to your name is going to be a medical asterisk.
Right. And then maybe you're
on a draft board.
Yeah, you're an undrafted free agent, and you got to go play for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers for a little while. Try to work your way back up.
When you Grey Cup with the Argonauts.
Toronto Argonauts. The Montreal Alouettes. But which is a bird. Did you know that?
I would have never.
It took me until about 3 years ago to what is an alouette? It's a bird. And then I remember their little song, but I was like, oh, I get it now too. And I never put 2 and 2 together because I'm that guy. Anyway, so I just don't think there's anything that we as a college football society can do to get star players into bowl games that don't mean anything. I just don't. A few of it, if they choose to, great. But
unless it's collectively bargained.
Well, there you go.
As a contingency of NIL money.
Yeah,
but that would require the CB.
Yes. Last note here for you. Like I said, one more thing to look at. In addition to potential helmet communication, which is very NFL, the Rules Committee is also going to be looking at adding a 2-minute warning to college football. This has been proposed before, I suppose, in some form or fashion. As one coach in this particular article I'm looking at says, it would change things strategically to some degree. It would. It would. It would also build in another television opportunity, for the network partners to throw some ads up at you. NFL's had this since 1942. It was a literal warning when they did it. I learned that today. I never knew. The ref on the field kept time on his little stopwatch, and with 2 minutes to go, he would basically yell out, 2 minutes. That's what it is. And then they just kept it, and now here it is. I'm okay with this, right? Is it a big deal?
I think it makes the end of games more interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
it basically provides an extra timeout and a first down with 2.5 minutes left won't end the game.
Right. I like what the NFL 2 minute. We're used to it as football fans. I don't think it hurts anything. Headlines: Carolina Auburn talking more coming up.
From the WIS Traffic Studios, I'm Elijah Campbell with a few accidents to report to you that might be causing some delays on your roadways here this Valentine's Day afternoon. We'll start here in Richland County. An accident reported on Fort Jackson Boulevard at I-77 is causing some mild traffic backup, as well as another one here in Richland County on I-26 westbound. That's over at the Bush River Road exit 108A. In Richland County, again, we have another accident at I-77 southbound at 2 Notch Road near exit 17. And in Lexington County, an accident's been reported at Highway 6 at Boiling Springs Road, as well as one on Pilgrim Church Road over at North Lake Drive.
And welcome into the final hour of the Postgame Show on this Wednesday. Jay Phillips, Elijah Campbell with you. We appreciate you being with us. Carolina at Auburn tonight, 8 o'clock airtime, 8:30 tip time. We'll have more from Coach Paris. We also talked to ESPN's Myron Metcalf a little while ago here on the program about tonight's game. We'll have some of that for you coming up in just a little bit. We often try to have a lot of fun on this program, and we typically do, but I do have something very serious to get to if you've not yet heard this, and while it is indirectly sports-related, it is very serious. One person was killed today, 9 others injured as the Kansas City Chiefs celebrated their Super Bowl victory with a parade. According to multiple people in Kansas City, in addition to the one person that was killed, 3 are currently in critical condition, 5 others in serious condition. One person shot has what the Kansas City police say are non-life-threatening injuries. 2 people have been detained at this point in time, according to the KC police. The department does not identify who they are. Let me read verbatim here from an NBC News report that says the shooting appears to be criminal in nature and not terrorism, according to an early preliminary investigation. The statement asked for people to quickly leave the area. Apparently, they have also had to set up, this is also just kind of frightening, but they have set up what they call reunification stations because so many people ran in different directions. It may be children were separated from parents or families from others. So, and if any of you that had seen the streets of Kansas City prior to this know that there were quite literally tens of thousands of people all along the parade route. This happened near Union Station in downtown Kansas City. So, yeah, what a awful thing to have happen on. It's never good, obviously, but on a day that was supposed to be for the celebration of a massive and major sporting event and victory, you have this. So basically, everything got just kind of halted in place at this point in time. There's not a whole lot more, but one person, or excuse me, 2 people at least are in custody. One person killed. And I didn't get to hear it, but there was just another press update with the chief of police from Kansas City. So we'll keep those folks in our thoughts and see where this goes next. But again, tens of thousands of people down there, and still a very active investigation today in Kansas City. It's difficult to transition from that into what else we do here with the headlines, Elijah, on a day like this. I mean, we will here in just a second, but I won't provide too much commentary other than sometimes I just want to sit here and look at things and go, what the hell's the matter with people? You know?
I just wonder if we can have anything nice.
You know.
A parade without something like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, criminal, not terrorist. So, hopefully this wasn't some.
I don't think that's going to provide a lot of solace for victims. So I don't know what good some of that does.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it. But, if you've not been around any news outlets or anything yet, I felt like that was something that even though we don't typically do that kind of thing, Yeah, it's not sports related per se, but it is indirectly sports related.
Yeah, it is
So.
involving a parade after the big game.
Yeah.
And it is a headline. So.
And again, you've got double-digit injuries. So hope they get to the bottom of it, and we'll keep you updated if we need to. And I'm sure wherever you get your news, you'll have more on this. But it is certainly all of a sudden now one of the top stories of the afternoon all across the United States, and that's unfortunate. All right. Again, I'm just going to transition. I hope that doesn't sound crass. I'm going to get into the headlines of the day from the world of sports, and one that threw a lot of people around here for a little bit of a loop. Again, indirectly, Chris Holtmann has been fired as the head men's basketball coach at Ohio State. Why is that significant down here? Because Lamont Paris will immediately move onto a short list of candidates in most people's minds to take that job. It doesn't mean he will. But there are obvious ties. I mean, Lamont's from Ohio. He played his college ball in Ohio. He spent many, many years as an assistant in the Big Ten Conference. He's an up-and-coming star in the business. He has clearly had success.
Front runner for National Coach of the Year, I would say, is a thing that gets a lot of people on a lot of big radars.
You know, there will be others. You know, you and I have joked about a couple that it won't be. Again, seeing some Ohio State fans, and it's just fans. Go get Danny Hurley.
Those are message board genius.
Yeah, you know, they are worthy of that, right? Danny Hurley ain't walking through that door. You know, but Danny Hurley, most of you know, is the head coach at Connecticut, where last year they won the national championship. As Forrest Gump would say, again. I think
with
that's
a different coach.
Yeah, I mean, this is now in the last 30 years. This is a third different coach to win the national title at Connecticut. The point being, at Connecticut, you can win national titles. You don't just get into the tournament. Connecticut does what's necessary to provide you with the ability to win national titles. Dare I say, it's become somewhat of an expectation at Connecticut. Maybe not annually. They might not be in that North Carolina, Kentucky territory, but you know what? They're pretty darn close.
But every coach that gets hired there is expected to contend for at least one. It's kind of like LSU football, where you are expected to at least win one and get them there frequently. And Danny Hurley has won him one. Kevin Ollie won one on accident. Right. And then Calhoun won
just
several.
It. Well, Ollie, that was the run where they won every game. They were like
a 7 seed.
Yeah, but they also won like 4 or 5 games in the Big East tournament, right? Like they had to win all of that too. It was crazy.
That was Shabazz Napier doing his best Kemba Walker impersonation.
It was amazing. So it won't be Danny Hurley.
No.
We also believe it will not be former Villanova head coach and 2-time national champion Jay Wright, who is making about the same money he was making to coach Villanova and only has to work 2 days a week.
Yeah, he's got a better gig now. He's got a pretty cushy gig. I don't foresee him leaving CB.
And he's doing a great job. Like you and I said, he's doing a great job in the studio. All Jay has to do now is instead of show up in those really fly suits that he wears on the sidelines.
She could still do.
Oh, yeah. He just shows up on TV and does them.
Yeah. Just look devilishly handsome on TV and give out basketball analysis without having to sweat out close losses.
Yeah.
And getting to enjoy the basketball.
Or, recruit.
And have to work in the off season. Yeah. Now his work in the off season can just be calling his coach friends that are like, "Hey, how's your team looking this year? All right, what offense y'all running? Oh, that's cool. Okay, who's the new guy? Oh, all right, really cool. Thanks, good comment.
By the way, I'm calling you right now from the 15th on Pebble Beach.
We'll read later.
Where are you? State Highway 12 on the way to see another kid at a gym.
Driving to Peach Jam in North Augusta. We'll be here all week. Thanks, Jay.
So it won't be Jay Wright, but Lamont Paris, Sean Miller, Shaka Smart, Nate Oates.
Greg
McDermott. I think these are some of the candidates that you're looking at. You mentioned earlier Buzz Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Buzz is from Texas, but like you pointed out correctly, Ross Bjork hired him at A&M. Ross Bjork is the new AD at Ohio State, and he will be in charge of this hire. I don't know. Lamont needs to be at the top of the list. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Could former Ohio State coach Thad Matta, who had to leave Ohio State because of some health issues, but now is better and is coaching again at Butler.
About to take them to an NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
They're very close to it.
Yeah. Could they get back together? Sure, they could. Kind of doubt that at this point.
Speculating about getting back with the ex on Valentine's Day. That is a different kind of desperation. Ohio State,
but that's a different kind of ex, right? Like
Yeah,
he didn't get
Yeah.
fired. He really, apparently his back was so bad, like he just couldn't. He was like having trouble walking.
He was like Steve Kerr.
He
when
just couldn't walk.
Had the procedure.
Yeah, and he had to go get some surgery, but he's feeling good again. It could be. I don't know. A couple other coaches potentially in the Big East. We mentioned Shaka and Sean Miller. Who knows? I don't know. But Gamecock fans, be ready to hear Lamont's name a lot in the next few weeks, and not only for this one. This
one just makes the most sense if you're Ohio State.
And I think Ohio State realizes that to some degree. That's why they've done this now. There's just no reason to let Holtman finish out the year. Just go ahead. Again, we've seen schools do this. I mean, we saw Ray Tanner do this with Will Muschamp. You're done. I want to go ahead and figure it out.
Because Ohio State's not making the NCAA tournament.
Right.
And they're probably going to finish last in that conference. And the transfer portal window opens the day the NCAA tournament starts for teams that did not make the NCAA tournament. So I think it's probably wise for a team that if you know you're going to move on from your head coach to go ahead and do so now.
Yeah. Again, don't have a whole lot more to offer on that right now. We'll talk more about it in a little bit, though. But that's, so Chris Holtman out at Ohio State. And a very interesting twist of fate for the two defensive coordinators in the Super Bowl. We'll give you the better news first. The Chiefs have signed Steve Spagnuolo to an extension. They love him. They didn't want him to get away to get any head coaching opportunities, which he's done before. They also have the youngest defensive team in the NFL, average age 25. So they feel like Spags has room to continue to work with these guys while they're still not making tons of money. And I imagine he is going to get really bumped up to close to head coach money. Not all the way up, obviously, but I would imagine that it's nice. Conversely, the San Francisco 49ers fired Steve Wilks after just one season as their defensive coordinator. A lot of talent on that side of the ball. But Kyle Shanahan said in a statement, quote, "This morning I relieved Steve Wilks of his duties. We're going to end up making a change here at coordinator, a really tough decision because it really says nothing about Steve as a man or as a football coach. He's exactly what we wanted as a man, and he is a great football coach. But just where we're going and where we're at with our team from a scheme standpoint and things like that, I felt pretty strongly this was a decision that was best for the organization." End quote. So help me out here. It says nothing about him as a man and nothing about him as a football coach. We just went to the bleeping Super Bowl as the 1 seed, but I'm going to fire him anyway. It says something about something.
The omissions speak pretty loudly that they're not the best of friends, I would say.
Apparently, according to sources that spoke to Nick Wagner, who covers the Niners for ESPN, by this morning, Shanahan said he had realized that going in a different direction was something that I have to do. So,
I don't think he realized that this morning. I think he's been realizing that for a while.
Well, I mean, they're,
but they were good.
They're
really
good.
Defense. He's widely considered a really good defensive mind.
Let's see here. They finished third in points allowed this year. Last year, they finished first. So they went up. You know what? They went up by 1.2 points per game allowed, 16.3 to 17.5. That's really, really good. When you're allowing less than 20 points a game in the NFL,
you're in good shape.
You're in great shape. The Niners were 9th in defensive efficiency. And, look, but they talked here about some of the things they let the Packers, Lions, and Chiefs do. In the case of the Packers and the Lions, I know what they did do ultimately. They won the game. Now, is it in spite of? Perhaps. Maybe that's what Kyle saw. I don't know. But overall, they're pretty good.
Or maybe Kyle watched Ricky Bobby last night and was like, well, I guess, we look at our rankings, and if you ain't first, you're last. So that was enough to inspire him to give him the boot.
Does not say here who Kyle Shanahan is looking at as a potential replacement at defensive coordinator for Steve Wilks, who was very popular up in Charlotte. And Steve Wilks is going to get a job.
Oh, yeah,
quickly.
Absolutely.
I could now see another coach going, oh, wait, Steve's available? Hey, buddy.
Let me hit him up.
Yeah. And then to my current DC, says nothing about you as a man or a coach, but you're out. We'll get you ready for Carolina at Auburn. Big one tonight. Some sound from Lamont Paris. You are listening to the Wednesday postgame show. Love telling you about our friends at Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union. They're here to help you and your family with all of your financial needs. But unlike big banks, you know what I'm talking about. They don't have stockholders. They're a credit union. They return earnings back to members as lower loan rates and fewer fees. So if it's a personal loan for any reason, a new credit card, a car loan, mortgage, home equity line, you name it, they can help you out at Palmetto Citizens. And if you're ready to apply for a loan, you currently have a high interest rate with somebody else, check with Palmetto Citizens today. And in addition to great low rates, they will work with you to customize both terms and payments to fit your needs and budget. Not everybody does that, but they'll do it for you at Palmetto Citizens. How do I know that? Because my wife and I are customers of Palmetto Citizens. We love them. We use the Millwood branch. They've got 14 locations all across the Midlands and a great website. It's palmettocitizens.org. Check them out. Apply today. Palmetto Citizens, achieve your potential. Welcome back into the Postgame Show here on this Wednesday afternoon, and a happy Valentine's Day to all of you. Jay and Elijah with you. We love love.
Yep. Happy Bobby Valentine's Day to all
Mets fans.
To all Mets fans, all who celebrate. Happy Denzel Valentine Day for all our Michigan State fans that listen.
I see what
which
you
is
did.
probably none, but
it's a big school.
it is. Actually, I have a neighbor that's a Michigan State alum.
It's a big school.
So you know what?
Yeah, they're everywhere, man. Those Big Ten schools.
To him, happy
everywhere.
Denzel Valentine's Day. There you go.
Speaking of
Middle
which,
Tennessee State.
many of you who are long-time listeners of the station know there's a lot of people named John, but you know our regular guy, John.
Our John, our mainstay.
Yeah,
John.
our guy, John. John hit us on Twitter just a few minutes ago, and you might remember back in the fall, John had a little love problem.
Oh man, this is the perfect day to get a recap on that.
And he said a girl had friend zoned him, and it was a challenge, and that he had driven to, it just, he was thinking he was going somewhere. I don't want to make it this like some kind of creepy thing or some kind of, like where he was, just to start to build something. That's what I'm. That's what he was.
Different pages.
Yeah.
You looked at the relationship.
Not like that he was going to go for some kind of just one night stand kind of a thing. That's not where I'm trying to take this. John hit me today. Hits us today because Elijah's tagged too. He hits us today just a few minutes ago. Says my Valentine's is spent contemplating whether or not to put myself back out there tonight. That and watching basketball. Friend zoners are the worst. And he ends it with, in all caps, "I'm back, ladies."
I'm not glad to know that he.
So he has put himself back out there.
Or he's contemplating putting himself.
Well, if you say "I'm back, ladies,"
well, it's not because he did say I'm contemplating putting myself back out there, and then "I'm back, ladies." It sounds like over the course of the construction of the tweet
of two sentences,
he came to a conclusion.
Now, do you think that and watching basketball, period, friend zoners are the worst, period, took him like maybe 45 minutes to type? And so then he put "I'm back," like, as opposed to just a few seconds? Or do you think it just took him a few seconds to go from contemplation to decision?
See, from our perspective, we read this and like, wow, over the course of 5 seconds, we went from contemplating getting back into the game to not only being checked back in, but the announcer announces it over the PA. Yeah. He's taking off the warm-up suit, and he is back in the game, checked in officially. So.
Yeah. All caps.
Yeah. He's back. That tells me that, you know what, I think he made the decision over the course of typing the tweet. But I'm sure it was still very well thought out. I do not doubt that. He's back.
Well, John, we're pulling for you. I don't know what opportunities there are these days for singles on Valentine's to go truly put yourself back out on the public market.
Just get back on an app. Let it fly, man.
Oh, God.
Send some DMs.
Oh.
It's 2024.
Ugh. There's got to be somewhere he can go, right? It's got to be something.
What, you want to take an ad out in the paper?
No. I don't want him to do the app thing.
Could work.
Yeah. I have a friend who it worked for a little while until it didn't. And I was like, well.
Until it didn't. Like a lot of things, they work until they don't.
So, I don't know, man. Whatever it takes, John. But no, that's emphatic.
Establishments here.
That's emphatic.
Yeah.
"I'm back, ladies," with 3 exclamation points. All caps, 3 exclamation points.
Oh, he's back.
So
he
listen.
is like Chris Berman. He is back.
That's right.
Back.
So to you other fellas out there, all right, John is now, he's your boy. This is if you are lacking in confidence about whether or not you should do the same thing.
Let this be an inspiration.
Exactly.
This would be he could.
Should I retweet this?
Really good...
Should I just retweet without any comment?
Absolutely.
To throw it out?
Just throw it out.
All right.
And then who knows? Someone might see that, be in the same area as John. I'm like, hey, we can be wingmen.
Yes. I am here for, again, I love love. I am here for taking that. You got to take the step, man.
Ready to take a chance again. Good Barry Manilow song. That can get him back in it.
Wow. Barry Manilow.
Seen him live 3 times. He's a showman. That voice has aged very well.
My mom was a Barry Manilow fan.
Nice. Well, she had really good taste.
I can only think of like Mandy and the American Bandstand song. I'm sure there are other hits.
Oh, American Bandstand is not it. That's not it. That's like I don't register it as
A Barry Manilow song?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't love that one. It's one of the few ones I didn't like.
I don't know.
I've gone deep in the discography.
Bruce Pearl. I bet you Bruce Pearl loves love. Although I know that he probably doesn't love his last wife because remember, she's the one that divorced him and then named her salon in Knoxville like Alimonies or something like that.
I don't recall.
It's something
that,
like that. Like,
but that's remarkable.
She took the money and she opened like a really nice place. And I think it's called Alimonies or something like that. You know people in Knoxville. You should check that out.
I might make some calls after the show.
But let's go to, we'll do a couple here from Bruce. Let's go 11-12. So we'll go 11 first. Bruce Pearl scouting the South Carolina Gamecocks.
It's going to be a real challenge because they've only lost 3 games. And that's obviously a reason for that. They have great inside-out play. They've got great guard play, physical guard play. I think Florida's guards are those 4 guards that Florida has are probably as good as any 4-guard combination in our league. But South Carolina is going to be one of those teams that you'd say, hey, between Cooper and Michi Johnson and just pretty good backcourt. And then of course the front court, they got a freshman who's going to be a pro. And BJ has been extremely effective for them as a real mismatch. He's a 270-pound scoring guard, is what he really is.
High praise. And he's right. So everything he said is spot on. And yes, Colin Murray-Boyles is going to be a pro. And we've been talking about his game translates. And you're better at analyzing those things than I am, man. But his game absolutely translates. Tell you what, I'm going to switch them around because we're going to continue this with some sound from Coach Paris too. But give me 13 real quick, and we'll come back to 12 later. Bruce Pearl on what he wants to do tonight to try and maybe get South Carolina off balance.
We'll try to speed them up when possible. You just got to understand what they like to do offensively and what's the best way to take those things away defensively and try to lock into a game plan. We don't play the same way defensively every night. We got to play hard every night, but we don't guard the same way every night because we try to, we're a scouting report. We're a scouting report offense and defense based on how you guard us and what you like to do offensively. So I think being really mindful of the game plan and be mindful of the strategy and at the end of the day too, understand South Carolina is very, very physical. So was Florida. And, we were probably more physical than Alabama was. And so the more physical team won last week.
So we've talked about it, Elijah, you and I a bunch, and now it's finally Carolina's turn to play Auburn. If you want to play in the 50s and 60s, Auburn can play with you. If you want to play in the 90s and get up towards 100, Auburn can play with you. Carolina doesn't want to do that. Carolina does really well at holding teams under 70. But Auburn can play that game. They don't want to. I think it's more about who. Again, we talked about it. Carolina really did set a tone in Knoxville, and they were able to stick to it. And I wonder how much of that Bruce Pearl looks at, even though Carolina's won some games since then, to say, all right, here's what they did, and here's what we can't do.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of looking at that film, and there's going to be a lot of looking at Talon Cooper and saying, hey, get the ball out of his hands and make them scramble a little bit defensively. It's going to be a whole lot of, if you can get Talon Cooper out of his rhythm and you can make him have to force plays quickly within their offense and maybe move at a quicker pace than they're accustomed to doing, then maybe you can force some mistakes. But they're going to try to get to the rim, and they're going to maybe see what Tennessee didn't do, and that's finish around the rim.
Yeah.
Auburn does that about as well as anybody.
They do. Well, you mentioned their dunks. We'll have you have that stat still. All right, we'll get that. We'll get that on the other side. More from Bruce Pearl and Lamont Paris. Also, our boy John has weighed back in on exactly what it is he's doing. So we'll have more.
This will be good.
We'll have more on that saga too. Plus the drive around the SEC. That's all coming up on the Postgame Show.
From the WIS Traffic Center, I'm Elijah Campbell with a few accidents to report to you that might be causing some delays on the roadways here this Valentine's Day afternoon. We can start here in Richland County. An accident recently, within the last couple of minutes, reported at Burning Tree Drive at St. Andrews Road. Another one reported on Highway 1 at Augusta Road near Clemson Road. And two more here in Richland County, one on I-26 westbound over at Bush River Road, exit 108A. And then another one on I-26 westbound, this one over at Broad River Road, exit 97. So I-26 westbound moving pretty slowly this time of the afternoon. Got two in Lexington County, one on Highway 6 at Bowling Springs Road, and then one that just cleared.
And it is Drive Around the SEC time on this Wednesday. Welcome back in. Jay and Elijah with you. Appreciate you being with us. Cale Wilson hanging out with us here this afternoon as well. J School student down at Carolina, learning the ropes and deciding whether or not to take the plunge one day.
His Game TV debut now.
Yeah.
He made his voice debut, his on-air debut, and now he is being video streamed for the enjoyment of all that are watching right now.
Did the right thing and gave a shout out to Ma and Pa.
That's right.
It's good. It's good.
Learned a lot of good lessons.
That's right. There you go. Glad he's here. Drive Around the SEC time. We'll continue with some previewing of Carolina Auburn. I want to get one more from Coach Bruce Pearl. Obviously, I don't know what a bigger story in college basketball is this season, to be honest with you. When you don't see anything like this coming, and here it is in front of you, the success that South Carolina is having is front and center. Bruce Pearl, cut 12, Elijah, as you know. Bruce Pearl on what he sees in terms of what South Carolina exemplifies.
It speaks to the commitment the SEC has in all sports, but men's basketball being absolutely no different. They've got I don't know if the South Carolina women are still ranked one or they won. They're one in the country, and so they fill that building all the time. And now the South Carolina men are starting to draw, just like every place else in our league. Just a great example of the parity that exists in college basketball.
And he's spot on. And I go back to stories that we've told before, but the late, great Mike Slive, who was just such a tremendous commissioner of the SEC, and Greg Sankey following suit. There were a couple of years there where the SEC was getting like three teams in. And I think one year they got three. They weren't going to get Mississippi State in, but they won the tournament. It was bad. And the December schedule was filled with high school teams. And you had coaches that couldn't wait to get out of here. And really, most SEC schools, I say most because we all know there's one, really two, Arkansas. But the rest of them were like, meh. And then, Florida, I guess, came around for a bit, obviously, under Billy. Yeah, and Billy went to, 4 Final Fours and won 2 titles. But you guys get it. By and large, it was sort of meh.
Oh, the year that Kentucky went undefeated in the regular season, I think that might be as low as the SEC has been in a long time. They did not get a lot of good competition in that league, and that's one of the reasons why they ran through it.
But then those commissioners really, in talking to their cohorts around the country and into the TV partners, basically said, listen, you got to, it's like anything else, you got to spend if you want to get better. And you saw the coaching get better, and subsequently the recruiting got better, and here we are. And now Lamont is a prime example of the things that you can do, which is why I do believe South Carolina can keep him. But it's not going to be all about the money. That's just it. But I will say what you and I said earlier to kind of go to Coach Pearl's point, and he mentioned Dawn Staley's team. The University of South Carolina has done everything necessary, in Dawn Staley's opinion, to make that program the best in America. Now, you're not going to get to a point where you make the men's program, get seen the same way. Nor should that necessarily. I mean, that can be a goal, but that's a long distance goal. But
it's not that or bust,
right? But in terms of elevating the program to a more consistently successful program, that's very doable. And there are the resources here to do it. And I think you've seen an athletics director and department that are willing to do that. You need to spend a little more on the men's side of things? Yeah, you do. But you have it. You have the money. Does Lamont want to go back? Does he want to leave? Does he want the job? Yeah. So those are all those things there. But, you've seen Auburn build a new building and pay Bruce Pearl a lot of money. Nate Oates makes a lot of money. Eric Musselman at Arkansas makes a lot of money. Buzz Williams at A&M makes a lot of money. Rick Barnes makes a lot of money. Y'all get it. I can keep going, but I'll stop there.
The investments have come in for those programs.
And South Carolina will be in a position. I mean, look, Ray gave Shane like a $4 million raise. You got the money. But it might not be all about that. But we'll see what happens on that particular story. But good stuff from Bruce Pearl. Let's get two more things here quickly from Coach Paris. First off, cut one from yesterday, please, sir. This is Coach Paris's own scouting report on the Auburn Tigers.
A lot of challenges. I mean, they got a good team. They got a lot of different ways they can score. They're used to winning at their place. They're used to winning in general. They're just a good team. They got a good inside game. Obviously, they have some real good perimeter guys as well, and a couple of guys that are in between too. So they just know how to play. They know how to win. They know what their style is. They understand what their DNA is, and they play to that. So we just got to go there, and we'll practice tomorrow on some of the things that we want to get better at. That will prepare us for what they do specifically. But a large part of it will be us just being able to do the things that we want to be good at as well.
Good stuff from Lamont Paris. This Auburn, this is a challenge. I'm not here to say that when I say this is the biggest test to date, I don't know if Tennessee is better or worse than Auburn. I think they're both excellent basketball teams.
They're just different.
They're different teams.
They're very different basketball teams.
But I think a lot of what you have to do tonight presents a completely different set of challenges. Part of it is going to be playing very good defense. Lamont Paris on what that means to his team.
I think defensively, it's just the way I've been brought up in this profession was that, was to value playing good defense. And that doesn't mean that we ignore offense. I think if you listen to most people talk about us, they talk about how we share the ball. They talk about the quality of shots that we generate. They talk about the fact that we don't turn the ball over very often. They talk about a lot of different offensive things that don't just happen. I think our efficiency offensively is really high. But having said all that, with me it starts with defense. I just don't believe in that you can ever be that consistent offensively. You're going to have bad days at the office. And if you try really hard, there won't be too many bad days at the office on the defensive side of the ball. So our guys have been committed to it. They focused on it. They tried really hard. I keep saying that. I don't want to make it seem like, that's supposedly where it should all start, right? But these guys tried really hard to do the things that we asked them to do on the defensive side of the ball. And it's produced results.
So, and it has. I mean, and as Bruce Pearl said, and all of you know, South Carolina's only lost 3 times, and they are very good defensively. That said, you go back to that Tennessee game. Tennessee missed a lot of what our good friend Brad Muller calls the bunnies around the rim. Auburn doesn't do as much of that, and Elijah has some stats to back it up.
Yeah, Auburn leads the entire country by over a percentage point in percentage of their 2-point attempts being dunks. That number's at 14.4%. So over 14% of Auburn's 2-point attempts are at the rim. And defensively, because Derek talked about it yesterday too, they're really good defensively. They have got a lot of great height. They got great athleticism. They got great rim protectors. They are second in the SEC on opponents' percentage of 2-point attempts at the rim for dunks at 3.8. So they're getting over 14% of their 2-point attempts at the rim. Their opponents are only getting a smidge under 4% of their attempts at the rim.
Heck of a challenge.
It's a unique one.
Yeah.
This is the most unique one you're going to see all season long.
To conclude the drive around the SEC, last night Kentucky got back on track, beating Ole Miss, never really in doubt, 75-63. Florida edges LSU down at the O-Dome, 82-80. The Gators are climbing. And Vandy shocked A&M. A&M took a late lead on free throws, and Vandy at the buzzer. Who was the kid's name?
Ezra Magnon.
Magnon gets one blocked by a dude who's like 8 feet tall, gets the ball right back, and then shoots it over another dude who's like 8 feet tall. And
it was a rainbow.
At the buzzer, Vandy gets just their second win of the conference season. That hurts A&M a little bit.
Yeah, merely days after taking a club to Tennessee at their home arena, they come to Nashville and lose to the second worst team in the conference. That is a terrible loss.
Not a good loss for Buzz and A&M. Only one other game tonight. Tennessee will visit Arkansas. That'll be at 9 o'clock. The Gamecocks at Auburn. 8 o'clock airtime here. 8:30 tip time. Valentine's Day tips from John as the postgame show continues. Final few minutes on this Valentine's Day, Wednesday. Welcome back into the postgame show. Jay Phillips, Elijah Campbell with you. Before we get back on the phone lines, one other thing I wanted to get to today. Did you see everybody, if you watch any kind of golf, the Phoenix Open is basically just a big, giant. It's sort of like a tailgate party meets the Carolina Cup meets the PGA Tour.
It's like the world's largest golf mixer.
Yeah. But apparently it got out west, as many of you know, the last couple of weeks, it's rained a lot, and it doesn't rain a lot out there. And it maybe, I guess, it affected the way that a lot of fans could use that course, the way it's kind of carved out of the desert mountainside. And so it all compacted them in, and they're all just hammered. So they're cussing at golfers. Apparently the lady's going to be okay, but one lady fell off of one of the the little areas where you can watch, the temporary one. She's going to be okay. I had to, since I know she's going to be okay, and they said that, I did see that it said it wasn't known if alcohol was involved. Yeah, it is.
I want to use some context clues and say, yeah, probably.
But apparently now they've decided, the people that run it are yeah, we're going to work on that. I'm what are you going to do? They apparently had to open all the emergency exits because people were literally herded in like cattle. You got Jordan Spieth telling some guy to basically go kiss his rear end.
That's the spirit of the event, though. I feel like that's normally the spirit of that event, but I think the uncharacteristic rain probably threw that wrinkle into it. But from what I know of the event, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, they had to limit alcohol sales.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, so that's good. But so next year it's gonna be like going to church.
Well, maybe.
Which, by the way, I have said when I went to the Masters, because I've been to the Heritage a bunch, I was the different, going to the Masters is almost like being at church. And now they sell beer and stuff, but everybody is so polite and reverent because you're probably just scared to do anything else.
Because they will kick you out. They have no problem escorting you.
Yeah. And you won't come back. I always say sometimes, how do you keep somebody out of a stadium? How do you kick them out? Well, you know what? I wouldn't want to mess with the Augusta National Golf Club in terms of you getting back in if they kicked you out. Even 10 years from now.
They'll remember you.
You could pull a Bobby Valentine and they wouldn't know. Our good friend John called us earlier, or hit us on Twitter earlier. He's on the phone now. So, John, welcome in. He said he was contemplating whether or not to put myself back out there tonight or not. That and watching basketball. Friend zoners are the worst. I'm back, ladies. Then hit us with the contemplation is whether I want to watch basketball or focus primarily on getting back in the game. Most likely watching the game since it's at 8:30 on a work night. So you sent that 27 minutes ago. In the interim, have you changed your mind on this Valentine's Day 2024?
First of all, it's also Ash Wednesday, so for all of you fans of the upstate school and the rest of you heathens, get to church. Repent your sins now. No, I haven't really changed my stance on that, Jay, just mostly because, it's a work night and basketball's at 8:30, big ball game, hoping that Michi is Michi and that Colin Murray Boyles and BJ Mack take care of business in the paint on both sides. So, obviously, if someone wants to talk to me, I'm not going to be rude.
How do they find you, John?
Elijah, inform Jay of what Hinge is.
Oh.
Okay, that's one of the apps.
Okay,
trademark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hinge
So, yeah.
is.
What are the others?
I've used it. Tinder, Bumble.
Tinder, Bumble.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I don't
FarmersOnly.com.
use it. And I'm not a fan of the upstate school, Elijah. I can't use that one.
Okay, we'll eliminate that one. But the options are still there. They're still plentiful.
Yeah. And now, as I've pointed out, I'm the number one option. So, like Daryl Hammond when he was Colonel Sanders, hand back America.
Well, you put it in all caps, man. I mean,
You're damn right I did.
There's got to be somewhere for you. We're pulling for you. There's we didn't like the way the friend zone thing went down. And on a Valentine's
Looking back,
Day,
I didn't like it either.
Oh, I get it. But
I don't think you liked it then.
On a Valentine's Day, I don't wish. I never would wish that upon anyone. or almost anyone. There might be something.
Even me?
No, man. I mean,
No, we're pulling for you.
yeah. I mean, hey,
I appreciate it.
If I weren't pulling for you, we wouldn't be doing this. So I'm pulling for you.
True.
And again, I hope that you and others that are in the position you're in right now, this time next year on Valentine's Day, are texting, tweeting, calling the program, letting us know how great things are.
Download Hinge at halftime. There you go. I think that's a good plan.
Oh, I've already downloaded it. I'm contemplating about whether or not I want to reactivate my account tonight or not.
Well, you said
or
I'm
wait
back.
until tomorrow.
You said
yeah,
I'm back,
well, here's
ladies.
the thing.
There's
I'm
no
going to Columbia
contemplation.
this weekend for the LSU game.
John, do it. Just do it. all right?
Activate it.
There's no contemplating. This is a Yoda thing. There's no
All
try.
right, you talked me into it. Let's go.
Do it. There you go. Kale, you picked Valentine's Day to come by, buddy, but I'm glad you did. Thanks to Myron Medcalf for joining us. And again, we love. Happy Valentine's Day. Enjoy the game. See you tomorrow. But one final note. You know what I also love is to be nice and comfortable in my home. Whether I'm watching basketball or, thank goodness, I don't have to worry about any of those apps. Just,
I'll explain what Hinge is later.
Thank you. Do I need to know? No, here's what you need to know. You need to know that if you aren't comfortable in your home, from a temperature standpoint, it's time to call AAA Heating and Air. If you need a quick service, call 803-677-1500. Want a brand new system? Same number. You can even get a free estimate on a brand new system by logging on to their website. Call AAAtoday.com. That's call AAAtoday.com. Don't worry about the costs. Roy and Dana Finley have a brand new option this year, 12 months, no payments or interest, plus the assurance of their 15-year parts and labor guarantee. Love what they've done at my house. So does Bill Gunner. Many of your friends and neighbors, too. Stay comfortable all year long with our good friends at AAA Heating and Air.